أخ يحيى مشكورا.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وقولوا قولا سديدا يصلح لكم أعمالكم ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم ومن يطع الله ورسوله فقد فاز فوزا عظيما. إنا أردنا الأمانة على السماوات والأرض والجبال فأبين أن يحملنها وأشفقن منها وحملها الإنسان إنه كان ظلوما جهولا. ليعذب الله المنافقين والمنافقات والمشركين والمشركات ويتوب الله على المؤمنين والمؤمنات وكان الله غفورا رحيما. صدق الله العظيم.
نشكرك ونعتذر إلى الإخوة في جمهورية مصر العربية العلماء الأجلاء الذين يشاركون في هذا اللقاء المباشر من قبل International Islamic Center for Population Studies and Research of الأزهر الشريف. ونعتذر إليكم تأخرنا في البدء نظرا لبعض العراقل التي يصعب تجنبها، وعلى أي حال فسوف نبدأ بالعمل مباشرة بإذن الله تعالى. ci tàmbali ñuy woo Cheikh Ibrahim Jeejo ممثل رئيس المجلس الإسلامي الأعلى Cheikh Issa Fodé Dabo ليحتل مكانه. وننادي الإمام بشير درامي هو كذلك رئيس هنا نعم شكرا لجنة الأئمة في KMC ليحتل مكانه هو أيضا. ñuy woo Soxna Mariatu Panne, Director of Population in the Gambia, Cheikh Bashir. الإمام بابا لي هو كذلك ليحتل مكانه. يمكنك تمشي كذا أسرع. ديو دكتور عبد القادر سلة هو كذلك ليحتل مكانه. دكتور عبد القادر هو في الخارج، حاضر غائب. هو حاضر غائب. وعلى أي حال هذا البرنامج برنامج نادر، برنامج يلاحظ أنه أول ما نظم في هذه الدولة، لأنه يمس الدين والدولة معا. إنما عقدنا هذا البرنامج للمساهمة في محاولة حل معضلة لاحظنا جميعا أن سكان هذه الدولة يعانونها في جميع الأصعدة. فدعونا المجلس الإسلامي الأعلى بعلمائه، ودعونا العلماء الأجلاء كذلك في جامعة الأزهر يشاركون بأطروحات وأوراق، كما سيتولى هنا علماؤنا كذلك كلمات أو سوف يطرحون هم كذلك أطروحاتهم أمام الجمهور. فالحوار الوطني يعني رأي الآخر، الرأي ورأي الآخر، فهو دين وهو دولة، وكلاهما ملك للجميع. فلا أحد من أهل غامبيا يملك أيا منهما، فهو مشترك بيننا جميعا، وكلنا مسلمون ومؤمنون، وكلنا مواطنون غامبيون، ونحتاج إلى ما يجعلنا نعيش في أمن وأمان وسلام بين أوساط الغامبيين جميعا. لأجل ذلك جعلنا إن شاء الله سنجعل النقاش نقاشا علميا بعيدا عن العصبية، بعيدا عن كل ما يخل المروءة. فإن شاء الله تعالى سنصل إلى نتيجة مرضية بإذن الله إذا أحسننا النية. فللدخول، ولا أدري هل هذه الكلمات هنالك شخص يحتاج إلى معرفتها. لما دون وخرك pour tënk Gambie ñun ñëpp a ko bokk, l'islam ñun ñëpp a ko bokk, ñi fi toog ay Gambien lañ, ay jullit lañu, ku nekkul jullitit Gambien nga. ñu woo bunt bi nga xam ne mooy umbrella bu islam ci réew mi di Supreme Islamic Council, mu dajaleel ñu ñi mu wóolu ci ay boromi xam-xam ci biir réew mi. ñu invited ay boromi xam-xam ca Azharu Sharif. ñaare bu wuute amee ci biir réew walla ci ñaari nit, kii wax lii kii waxee nii, dana ñuy soxla léegoo-léeg taat paati, mooy keneen koo xam ne dëkkut Gambien waaye jullit la ni ñun, ñu dimbalante ak moom mu joxe xalaatam, ñu joxe suñuy xalaat, ñun ñëpp ñu bokk daay jes ko fii, ñu def waxtaan wi mu nekk waxtaanu xam-xam. ñu sori lépp lu ñuy tuddee tatarruf, lépp lu ñuy tuddee asabiya, lépp loo xam ne feebar la, muy feebari xol wala feebari jikko, comme ay boromi xam-xam lañu, Gambian lañu te dañoo civilise ñu def waxtaan wi mu nekk waxtaanu xam-xam suñ demee ba àgg ci képp ku yeyoo wax dinañ la jox nga wax ñu déglu la attentively ànd ak yar ak teggiin waaye bu ñu paree keneen kuy waxit ñu déglu ko kenn ku ci nekk na nangoo déglu xalaatu morom ka suñu ko defee bi tajarrudin incha allah yàlla danañu dimbale ñu àgg ci nangutoo li waral jotaay bi comme ni ma leen ko waxee UNFPA ñoom ñoo woote jotaay bi di dimbalante ak Supreme Islamic Council liñ ci jublu mooy dañoo seetlu ne ci biir réew mi fiñ toll nii am na dama juum ne UNFPA population secretariat dama juum ci kii bi population secretariat moo woote jotaay bi di dimbalante ak Supreme Islamic Council jubluwaay bi mooy seetlu ne ci biir réew mi ci jamono ji wax yu bari mu ngi fiy jóg ci lu ñenn ñi di tuddee FGM ñeneen ñi di ko tuddee FC loolu mooy ar ra'yu wa ra'yul axar ñu ne nañ woote toog ñu nu neen ñu waxtaan kenn ku ci ne génnee sa xalaat incha allahu taala pour rek ñun ñëpp ñu àgg ci lu ñuy jëriñ ñun ñëpp réew mi am jàmm ca jàmm gi ñëpp a koy bokk so loolu mooy tax a jóg jotaay bi wax nañ ko ci arab ba pare foog naa ne ñi fi teew ñëpp waa Supreme Islamic Council ay malañ ñoo ma gën a dégg arab fépp kon li may wax xam nañu ko kon ni ñuy def rek mooy ñu dugg ci jotaay bi pour tàmbali ko jàng nañ alquranul karim danañ woo director of population mi nga xam ne moo woote jotaay bi dimbalante Supreme Islamic Council mu dalal ganam ñi soxna Mariama man de suma juum yi tey li may tey maa ko juum dafa amoon nukta la fukkaha fi waahid kaana yuxti'u kathiran fa qaala lahu musaxihuhu yow nag li ngay tey yaa ko juum moom dafa juum moom itam mu ñëw di ko tas yi moom itam mu juum kon man itam li may tey maa ko juum bismillah tafaddal
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Master of Ceremony, Imam Usman Jah, Imam Ibrahim Ajeju, Amirul Hajj of the Gambia, deputizing for the President of the Gambia Supreme Islamic Council, Alhaji Sheikh Issa Dabo, and other esteemed religious scholars from the Gambia Supreme Islamic Council. Distinguished resource persons from the International Islamic Center for Population Studies and Research of Al-Azhar University in Egypt, honorable members of the National Assembly, Deputy Permanent Secretary Health, colleagues, members of the media fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly and respectfully observed. Again, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuhu. It is with profound gratitude and a keen sense of purpose that I extend a sincere welcome to each esteemed participant gathered here today. Your presence in this assembly reflects a shared dedication to addressing one of the most pressing challenges facing the Gambia in recent times, that is the issue of FGC or FGM. As we embark on this national dialogue, our aim is to explore the multifaceted dimensions of FGC or FGM, examining it from cultural, religious, and public health perspectives. This dialogue provides us with an invaluable platform to engage in meaningful discourse, exchange insights, and collectively chart a course towards a sustainable development to the issue of FGC or FGM. distinguished participants, the collaborative efforts between the National Population Commission Secretariat, the Gambia Supreme Islamic Council, the apex Islamic authority in this country, and the International Islamic Center for Population Studies and Research of Al-Azhar University underscore our shared commitment to comprehensively understanding the complexities surrounding the issue. I am confident that with the wisdom and expertise of the esteemed scholars from the Gambia Supreme Islamic Council and the Center for Population Studies, the International Center for Islamic Studies and Population of Al-Azhar University, will enrich our discussions and contribute to a deeper understanding of its origins, ultimately leading to a unified stance on this critical issue. As we convene here today, let us do so with open hearts and minds prepared to listen, to learn, and engage with one another in a spirit of mutual respect and understanding. Let us recognize the diversity of perspectives represented in this forum as a source of our strength as Gambians. Let us leverage our collective wisdom and determination to effect meaningful change. Together, let us harness the power of dialogue to drive progress and pave the way for a brighter future for our young women and girls. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to each and every individual present in this hall. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuhu. Thank you for your kind attention.
شكرا السيدة مرية ولا مريم فني مديرة المركز الوطني للدراسات السكانية بكلمتك الترحيبية نشكرك. والآن ننتقل إلى بروفيسور دكتور حسين هارون. بروفيسور دكتور حسين هارون. بروفيسور جمال سرور. بروفيسور جمال سرور من المركز الإسلامي العالمي للدراسات والبحوث السكانية التابعة لجامعة الأزهر الشريف، فتفضل بكلمتك مشكورا. ودملين جن سيتان يمكنكم أن إذا أردتم أن تتابعوا كلمات
الإخوة في جامبيا، المنصة الكريمة، أحب أن أبدأ ترحيبي بحضراتكم بالشكر الجزيل للمجلس الإسلامي الأعلى بجامبيا واللجنة الوطنية للسكان بجامبيا، وكذلك المركز الوطني للدراسات السكانية بجامبيا والمنصة الكريمة والسادة الحضور. وأحب أن أقدم لحضراتكم المنصة الكريمة هنا في المركز الدولي الإسلامي للدراسات والبحوث السكانية لجامعة الأزهر في هذه الندوة. على يميني سيادة فضيلة الأستاذ جامعة الأزهر الأسبق، ثم فضيلة الأستاذ دكتور حامد أبو طالب عميد كلية الشريعة والقانون الأسبق وعضو مجمع البحوث الإسلامية بالأزهر الشريف. وعلى يساري أستاذنا الفاضل أستاذ دكتور عبد الله النجار، أستاذ الشريعة والقانون وعميد كلية الدراسات العليا بجامعة الأزهر الأسبق وعضو مجمع البحوث الإسلامية. وكذلك معي خارج المنصة السادة أعضاء هيئة التدريس بالمركز الدولي الإسلامي للدراسات والبحوث السكانية، أهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بحضراتكم جميعا في هذه المائدة المستديرة التي يقيمها المركز الدولي الإسلامي للدراسات والبحوث السكانية بجامعة الأزهر، وذلك بالتعاون مع المكتب الإقليمي للدول العربية التابع لصندوق الأمم المتحدة للسكان بالقاهرة، للإخوة السادة الأفاضل علماء الدين بدولة جامبيا، وذلك لمناقشة موضوع هام كما تفضل زميلي العزيز من جامبيا سعادة الدكتور حسين، سعادة الدكتور إمام عثمان، بتقديم هذا الموضوع عن مناقشة موضوع ختان الإناث من الناحية الطبية والشرعية. وتأتي هذه الدورة المستديرة لمناقشة هذا الموضوع لكي نناقشه من جميع الأوجه المختلفة، من الناحية الطبية والناحية الديموغرافية والناحية الدينية. ولماذا نناقش كل هذه الأمور في هذه الممارسة التي تلصق زورا بالإسلام؟ نناقش هذه المشكلة لكي نصل إلى ما نتفق عليه من رأي في هذه الممارسة التي تمارس في بعض البلدان الإسلامية، وكذلك بين بعض السكان الغير المسلمين. والهدف من هذا هو كما قال أخي مقدم البرنامج، هو أن نتناقش ونتحاور ونتبادل الرأي دون عصبية، فليس هناك غرض ما وليس هناك أجندة لهذا الاجتماع، ولكن الهدف منها هو الوصول إلى ما تأمرنا به الشريعة الإسلامية الغراء التي هي أنزلت لصالح البشرية مجموعة معينة من السكان. أهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بكم، ولن أطيل عليكم في هذه الكلمة كمقدمة لهذه الدورة. وكما تلاحظون حضراتكم لقد أتركنا وقتا كبيرا للمناقشة وتبادل الرأي، فليس الهدف منها هو أن تلقى محاضرات وتلقى كلمات، ولكن الهدف هو النقاش وتبادل الآراء حتى نصل جميعا إلى الصواب. وفقنا الله جميعا إلى دائرة مستديرة هادفة منتجة تخدم بناتنا وأبنائنا في جامبيا وفي مختلف أنحاء العالم الإسلامي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر لسعادة البروفيسور دكتور جمال سرور على كلمته المقتضبة بإذن الله تعالى. سوف يشاركنا في بقية البرنامج، ويشاركنا العلماء الأجلاء الذين يجلسون بجنبه بإذن الله تعالى. والآن ندعو سعادة ولا سماحة الشيخ إبراهيم جيجو، ممثلي رئيس المجلس الإسلامي الأعلى شيخ عيسى فودي دابو، ليلقي كلمته.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستهديه ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا من سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاهم أجمعين أما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته أيها الأئمة والخطباء والعلماء سواء كانوا جامبيين أو أزهريين. وأخص هذه التحية لأستاذنا شيخنا عثمان رئيس البرنامج، فنقول لكم نيابة عن رئيس المجلس الأعلى للشؤون الإسلامية الشيخ عيسى فودي دابو الذي كان من المفترض أن يكون هو نفسه الذي يقدم هذه الكلمة لولا أنه منشغل أيضا بأمور المجلس لصالح الدولة. أقول لكم إن المجلس الأعلى للشؤون الإسلامية مذلة إسلامية أنشئت من أجل أن يحتوي جميع شؤون الدين في الدولة، والحمد لله إذا أن الدولة اعترفت به سواء كان من جانب الحكومة أو الشعب، وكل أمر إذا كان أمرا شائقا متعلقا بالدين فإنهم يلجؤونه إلى المجلس، فإذا أفشل المجلس بهذا كانوا يقبلونه بحروفه وبمعانيه. وإذا كانت هذه اللجنة بادرت إلى جمع الناس لمناقشة هذا الموضوع الذي هو ليس حديث عهد بل إنما هو حديثه قديم ومتداول ولم يأتي جديد، سواء كان حديث الحال أو الماضي فكله يعني إنما هو روايات قديمة تكرر. وأستاذنا عثمان ذكر قاعدة مهمة جدا أن رأيك رأي ولغيرك أيضا رأي، فيجب اعتبار الرأيين. والذي أسأله تعالى أن يمتعنا به وهو التحلي بالتقوى وتحلي بروايات صحيحة وتحلي كذلك بالأدب في استخدام النصوص الشرعية حتى لا نتهم الإسلام بما ليس فيه، وحتى لا نقول في الإسلام كلمات هي كلمات جارحة فيها، لأن ما نص عليه الشارع إذا قلنا زور فزور كلمة لا ينبغي أن تلصق بالإسلام. فمن هنا أتوقف حتى تورد الكلمات والأوراق وتناقش نقاشا أدبيا علميا حتى نصل إلى النتيجة بإذن الله. هذا بالله التوفيق، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
شكرا لسماحة الشيخ جبريل كجابي رئيس الهيئة الوطنية للحج في غامبيا.
إبراهيم جيجو. أوكي. أنت الآن يمكن تتكلم باللغة الأوروبية.
آمين. ماذا قلت؟
أنت قلت جبريل كجابي.
لا إله رحمة الله عليه. سماحة الشيخ إبراهيم جيجو رئيس اللجنة الوطنية للحج الهيئة الوطنية للحج ممثلا لرئيس المجلس الإسلامي الأعلى الشيخ عيسى فودي دابو على كلمته ما شاء الله تعالى. نسأل الله تعالى أن نوفق جميعا، ونعتذر مرة أخرى إلى العلماء الأجلاء في الأزهر بأن بعضا من المشاركين في هذه الندوة لا يجيدون العربية أو الإنجليزية، فنحتاج في بعض الأحيان إلى نقل المعاني إلى اللهجات التي يفهمها الحضور. وسوف ننتقل بإذن الله تعالى مباشرة ونرجع إلى بروفيسور دكتور سرور ليلقي كلمته الثانية أو مشاركته أو مداخلته عن ختان المرأة والطب، نظرة الطب إلى ختان المرأة. فندعو سماحة الشيخ أو سعادة بروفيسور دكتور جمال سرور ليلقي كلمته على مسامعنا بإذن الله تعالى، فتفضل مشكورا.
The floor is studies and research. And then, should I wait for the interpretation? And then, afterwards, my brother Shukri Abdelazim would deliver a presentation on the medical aspects of female circumcision. And the objective of this intervention and presentation is to reassure the brothers and the participants in Gambia about the role played by the international.
المركز الدولي الإسلامي بجامعة الأزهر هو أحد المراكز ذات الطابع الخاص التي أنشئت في جامعة الأزهر منذ عام 1975، وكل ما يقوم به المركز هو تحت رعاية وتوجيه السادة الأفاضل شيوخ الأزهر الكرام وأيضا رؤساء جامعة الأزهر على مدى السنين منذ إنشاء المركز الدولي الإسلامي للدراسات والبحوث السكانية، ونقوم بذلك عن طريق أنشطة مختلفة، وذلك للتعريف بالمشكلة السكانية من النواحي الديموغرافية والإحصائية والطبية والصحية والاجتماعية والأخلاقية، وموقف الشريعة الإسلامية الغراء من هذه الأمور حتى ننقل رأي الشريعة الإسلامية الغراء إلى الأمة الإسلامية. ويقوم بهذه الرسالة السادة الإخوة الأفاضل علماء وأئمة المؤسسات الدينية المختلفة في مختلف أنحاء العالم. ونقوم بذلك بالتعاون مع صندوق الأمم المتحدة للسكان، سواء المكتب الإقليمي أو المكتب الوطني، وأيضا المركز الرئيسي، وكذلك أيضا بمنظمة الصحة العالمية ومنظمة اليونيسيف. ويقوم المركز بدعم هذه الأنشطة بإصدار العديد من الإصدارات الخاصة بهذه القضية، وعندما نتناول في إصداراتنا نتناولها دائما من الناحية العلمية والطبية الصادرة من جهات موثوق بها، ثم من الناحية الشرعية وموقف الشريعة الإسلامية الغراء منها. ولكي أنقل إلى حضراتكم بعض الأمثلة الإصدارات التي صدرت من المركز، في عام 1985 صدر كتاب الإسلام والأطفال بواسطة حضرة صاحب الفضيلة الإمام الأكبر الأسبق رحمه الله الشيخ جاد الحق علي جاد الحق في عام 1985. وفي عام 2005 أي بعد 20 عاما، نظرا لما جد من مستجدات جديدة في رعاية الأطفال، أصدر المركز هذه الوثيقة، وهي الأطفال في الإسلام رعايتهم وتربيتهم وحمايتهم. ودشن ذلك في وجود كما ترون حضراتكم على الشاشة حضرة صاحب الفضيلة الإمام الأكبر فضيلة الشيخ محمد سيد طنطاوي شيخ الأزهر الأسبق رحمه الله، وأيضا فضيلة الأستاذ الدكتور أحمد الطيب عندما كان رئيسا لجامعة الأزهر، وهو حاليا هو الإمام الأكبر للأزهر الشريف، ومعنا السادة وزراء الصحة وممثلي الهيئات الدولية. وكذلك أيضا أصدرنا العديد من الإصدارات التي تتناول هذه القضايا، مثل دليل الدعاء في مجالات السياسات السكانية والصحة الإنجابية وقضايا النوع، وأيضا ماذا يقول القرآن الكريم عن النساء، بما في ذلك الممارسات الضارة التي تمارس ضد بناتنا ونسائنا. وأيضا دشن هذه الوثيقة الهامة في وجود حضرة صاحب الفضيلة مفتي الديار المصرية الشيخ شوقي علام، الأستاذ الدكتور شوقي علام كما ترون حضراتكم وممثلي الهيئات الدولية. والهدف مما أقول أن كل ما يصدره المركز هو تحت العين الفاحصة الدارسة المستقيمة التي لا تهدف إلا لصالح الأمة الإسلامية من القيادات الدينية في الأزهر الشريف. وعندما حدث تطور في وسائل الاتصال ودخول وسائل الاتصال الاجتماعي، أصبح أصدرنا في عام 2016 كتاب المنظور الإسلامي لحماية الأطفال من العنف والممارسات الضارة، وذلك بعد حوالي 20 عاما منذ الوثيقة التي أصدرناها في عام 2005. وأيضا دشن هذا في وجود حضرة صاحب الفضيلة الإمام الأكبر الأستاذ الدكتور أحمد الطيب شيخ الأزهر، ومعالي وزير الأوقاف المصرية الشيخ مختار جمعة محمد مختار جمعة، وفي وجود قداسة بابا الكنيسة الأرثوذكسية في الأنبا توادرس، وذلك لأننا تعاوننا مع الكنيسة القبطية أيضا في مثل هذه الإصدارات لبيان أن هذه الممارسات الضارة هي ممارسات ضارة ليس فقط بالأمة الإسلامية ولكن بالإنسانية جمعاء. وكما ترون حضراتكم فضيلة الإمام الأكبر وقداسة البابا وممثل رئيس الوزراء والهيئات الدولية المختلفة. وأيضا حضر معنا في ذلك فضيلة الأستاذ الدكتور جمعة
علي جمعة, the Mufti of Egypt, the Grand Mufti of Egypt. As you may see, these publications are published under the auspices of the leaders of the Azhar University as well as the IFTA, in order to be comprehensive, and they all aim at the application and the implementation of the Islamic Sharia at the level of the Islamic Ummah or nation. We have issued this also publication, which is the Islamic perspective for the protection of children against violence and malpractices or harmful practices. And we have also issued a publication in cooperation with the Christian institution about peace, love and tolerance, also to protect the children against the violence and the harmful practices. There are many publications that were issued and published by the IISR on these topics. It was very important to listen to the opinions of the preachers and as well as the students of Al-Azhar University in order to get to know their opinion about these topics, including FGM. And this is why we have actually published this document in cooperation with UNFPA concerning the questions and the explanations or inquiries of the preachers. I would like to say that all these publications were issued and were authored not only by physicians, but they also the professors of Al-Azhar University have participated in writing these publications, including Professor Al-Hudud, the previous president of Al-Azhar University, and Dr. Hamid Abu Talib, the former dean of the Faculty of Sharia and Law, and another professor as well, who is the former dean of postgraduate faculty and member of the Islamic Research Complex, in addition to a number of scholars since 1975 to date. For all the publications issued by the IICPSR are documented and approved by the scholars and physicians from the Al-Azhar University and under the auspices of Al-Azhar University and Mashiach. Our activity is not limited to these publications alone, but we have already visited we also, in addition to these publications, we have had a number of visits to a number of countries in order to indicate the stance of the Islamic Sharia concerning this topic, including, for example, Kathmandu in Nepal, where we have had a meeting with representatives of the UNICEF in Southeast Asia concerning how to combat violence against children, including FGM, as well as other topics like deprivation from education and all forms of violence against children. In addition to discrimination against female children and gender-based violence. As for FGM, there were a number of publications on FGM in cooperation with the UNICEF and the WHO towards eliminating FGM or female circumcision. In addition, we have also answered a number of questions and inquiries by the preachers, and there was an introduction by the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Muhammad Said Al-Chawi, in addition to another book concerning towards an alternative vision for the FGM, and the introduction was made by His Excellency Grand Imam, the previous or former Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Dr. Muhammad Said Al-Chawi, and we have actually also published a book about female circumcision between the incorrect use of science and the misunderstood doctrine. And there was an introduction by the Azhar scholars as well as the Minister of Awqaf or Endowment, in addition to Mufti of Egypt and scholars of Al-Azhar University. This document is available in both English and Arabic and available for anyone who would like to read it. The IICPSR, in cooperation with the WHO and the regional office, have worked on implementing this document that would refute the religious concepts or the religious misconceptions concerning the female circumcision, and we have also supported this opinion by all the verses and hadith of the Prophet, may peace be upon him, so that all the preachers can benefit from this. We have also trained the preachers, policymakers, parliaments, and health officers from different Islamic countries. And I believe that the main purpose of this seminar is to introduce the decision makers, preachers, and decision makers in our country, Gambia, concerning these issues and topics, the same as we have done in different countries. Today's seminar was also previously held in order to talk about the Islamic Sharia perspective on this topic, and it was with religious scholars from Somalia, as you can see on the screen, in December 2021, under the auspices of Grand Imam of Al-Azhar. And we have also trained the preachers from the Ministry of Endowment or Al-Awqaf, as well as the Coptic Church youth, in order to introduce them to the Islamic opinion. And we have also had another roundtable discussion with Djibouti in 2022. In addition, we had also another roundtable discussion with our colleagues from Sudan, and a third one with our colleagues from Yemen, in addition to Libya and Tunisia, as well as the Francophone countries. The point is, we have already convened similar roundtable discussions with different scholars, policy makers, and parliament members of the parliament in different Islamic countries in order to introduce Al-Azhar opinion supported by the scientific evidence that is published by credible and reliable sources like WHO and the International Federation for Gynecology and Obstetrics. So the point is that we are trying to provide different credible and reliable opinions from reliable sources in order not to be in order not to misunderstand what is being said or alleged by some physicians who are trying to talk about such a practice. This is also another example of a roundtable discussion with our colleagues from Somalia. We have also received a number of delegations from different countries, including Djibouti, and its delegation was headed by Sheikh Abdurrahman Ali, Djibouti Mufti, in addition to a number of African youth from different African countries, as well as the organization that's called From Faith to Action, in addition to a delegation from Uzbekistan, in addition to another delegation from Uzbekistan. And as you can see, we have had a meeting with a Grand Mufti of Egypt, Dr. Shawqi Alam, and we are all the time keen that what we tell the delegations that visit the IICBSR is supported by the religious scholars and leaderships in Al-Azhar and the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar. In addition, we have also a number of mobile seminars in a number of French-speaking African countries, including Senegal, Mauritania, Cameroon, and other Islamic countries in Africa. And we have also a visit to Kenya, where we have met the religious scholars and members of the parliament in Melinda and Mombasa and Elamo. And as you can see, we have Dr. Hamid Abu Talib and Dr. Abdullah Al-Najjar wearing their Al-Azhari uniform while sitting in this meeting during Al-Jum'ah prayer or Friday prayer ceremony. where we have trained the preachers on the importance of including these modern and topics in the religious address, so that the religious address is capable of addressing different Islamic Sharia perspectives, in addition also to a number of modern issues that are of concern to the Islamic nation. And as you can see on the screen, we have Dr. Hudhud while wearing an Azhar uniform, and he is also wearing it today. And there was also a discussion in Mauritania, as well as Côte d'Ivoire and Djibouti, during a delegation visit from Djibouti and the League of Arab States. I would like to say that the female genital mutilation, or FGM, is found in the society as a social tradition, and it needs an ongoing and innovative efforts to combat it. There are many publications in this regard that are based on strong evidence, but they need to be explored and they need to be published widely and include simple responses to answer and refute different arguments. Therefore, I believe that Gambia scholars have a great role to play, that many of the practices are done under the name of Islam. So we see that FGM is an Islamic instruction, or is a sunnah, or is supported by a number of hadiths, but they are unauthentic and unreliable. Some are also based on wrong fatwas that are actually being introduced falsely as part of the Islamic instructions. We have also provided training to the religious leaders to be trainers, and this was done at the Islamic Research Complex, as well as the preachers from Al-Azhar University, and as you may know that we have the preachers from more than 120 countries studying at Al-Azhar University. If we are talking of, or if we are conducting this effort inside Al-Azhar University, this can be taken as the strongest evidence concerning our constructive stance against this issue. First, this issue as being adopted by Al-Azhar University, as well as the Islamic Research Complex. And also we have different visits to different governorates in Egypt. I would also like to talk with you about the recommendations of the World Scholars Conference concerning eliminating any violation of the women's body, and where it has stated that this practice violates the women's body physically and grossly, and it is against the Islamic instructions, which stands against any kind of violation of the human body. And as Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, said that there is no harm, no fall, or respiratory harm. And also there is actually a statement given on FGM by the Islamic Research Complex, which states that we have discussed the FGM from the Islamic and the mythical perspectives, and there was a total agreement that there is no relation whatsoever between the Islamic Sharia and to make this practice as a requirement by any means. It is just a harmful practice and procedure that was spread.
وقد ثبت ضررها وخطرها على صحة الفتيات.
It has proven to be harmful against the females and women, as indicated recently. Therefore, the Council found that it is its duty to raise awareness concerning this fact. And I have here among the panelists a number of the members of the Islamic Research Complex who have participated in issuing this document. In addition, we have also worked with the World Health Organization, and in addition to a fatwa issued by the World Federation for Muslim Scholars, and it has indicated that FGM, as it is being conducted now, is not accepted and not permitted. On the contrary, it is prohibited from the Islamic perspective, and it is considered a change in the creation of God, and this is actually an act of shaitan or the devil, and there is no permission of Allah to do it. Also, we have a statement issued by the Egyptian Ifta concerning FGM or female circumcision that has indicated that this is also rejected and against all the Islamic Sharia instructions. And we are also concerning the Islamic opinion on female circumcision that was issued by the Office of Al-Azhar Shaykh, stating that based on this, that we have to, based on the studying of female circumcision from different perspectives, in its session dated the 28th of February 2008, that FGM did not include any valid Sharia instructions.
And this was published within the framework of misunderstanding of religion, and its harm and danger was proven according to what was seen through the practices that harmed the community recently. And this is the opinion of the Office of the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Dr. Ahmad Al-Tayyib. I do not want to be lengthy. I just wanted to share with you an introduction about the center, the Islamic Center for Population Studies and Research, and the methodology of work in this center. And this was not possible except through the support and the encouragement of the leadership of Al-Azhar University Presidency and Al-Azhar Grand Imam also, and through the support of the great scholars and professors of Al-Azhar University throughout years up till today. Thank you and peace be upon you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Gamal Surur, for this presentation. It was a comprehensive one that explained to us the different activities conducted by the International Islamic Center for Population Studies and Research, affiliate to Al-Azhar University. Thank you very much, Dr. Gamal Surur, for this valuable presentation. And in brief, to summarize the presentation, we can say 4 main points that summarize the presentation. The first is that FGM causes physical harm to women and girls. Secondly, calling FGM part of Islam is inappropriate. Also, FGM is considered to be a change of Allah's creation. Fourth and last point is that there is nothing in Sunnah that talks about FGM. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Gamal Surur, for this speech. And God willing, inshallah, we will open the floor for discussing this speech so that everyone would be able to share their opinions. And due to the short time, we will take 20 minutes for interventions and comments. And now we would like to invite Imam Abdullah Fati, because he's the first one who raised his hand to speak. The floor is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace be upon you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Professor Dr. Gamal, saying that it's inappropriate and unacceptable to relate FGM to Islam is so important. So my question is, when الشافعي that it's better for girls to do FGM, and Ibn Malik and Abu Hanifa said that it is a sunnah. Did they lie when they said so? Or were they ignorant and did not know what you know today? This is my question. Second question. These fatwas coming from Egypt, I think that they are talking about the pharaonic circumcision that happens in Egypt, because we do not have this pharaonic circumcision in Egypt. We have what was accepted by the scholars in Saudi Arabia. Al-Ifta Ibn Baz accepted that circumcision is a sunnah. Sheikh Al-Albani acknowledged that this is part of sunnah. So, and what about this prophetic saying, the hadith, that says that if two circumcisions met, the ritual of ghusl, bathing, is a must. So how do you interpret this? We are talking about all these prophetic sayings. What do you say about them? Thank you very much. And I will give the reply to the Sharia scholars in Al-Azhar. Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim Al-Hudhud, the former president of Al-Azhar University. I will give him the floor. In the name of Allah. Thank you, Imam Abdullah Fati, for your comment. And he wanted the speakers to explain to us circumcision, and he asked him not to say that it is unjust to relate FGM to Islam. And he's saying also that the circumcision and the FGM that you're talking about is the pharaonic circumcision, but this is not what we practice here in Ghana. What's the answer of the professor? The speaker is speaking in the Ghani language.
tomb yi nga xam ne moom la waxam bi daanoo mooy ne xarafal jigéen wér na ne daal dafay lor jëmmi jigéen.
The speaker is speaking in Gambian language.
xarafu jigéen di ko link ak islam mu ne loolu tooñ la tooñ l'islam la du loolu aada la beneen bi mooy xarafal jigéen mooy soppi bindini yàlla maanaam li yàlla defoon ci moom te bëggul ñu soppi ko nga soppi ko beneen bi mooy azhar daal liñ d'accord mooy amul benn nas bu wér alquran moom duñ ko wax waaye ci sunna boo xam ne dafa wér ñu di ci digle ne jigéen na xaraf cheikh imam Abdoulaye Fati bi mu ñëwee xalaatam mu ne ko yow wax ji nga wax ne ku bugg a link xarafa jigéen ak islam tooñ islam la dama bugg boobu kàddu boobu nga génnee ko ñaareel bi mooy yow xarafu jigéen bi ngay wax mooy li ñuy tuddee alxitaanul firawni bi nga xam ne moom la waa Masr di def boobu nag bokkut ak ñun bi nga xam ne moom la ñuy def ci suñ biir réew soo maa ngi lay laaj nga wax ma benn dalil yow itam boo xam ne daf koy tere loolu moom la wax ñaari wax yi léegi nag ñu bëgg ñu demee ni imam Shafi wa gayruhu ak imam Ahmad ñoom dañoo wax ne sax dafa war xanaa ñun ñoo leen gën a dégg diine wala ñun ñoo leen gën a baax yooyu daal lañ bëgg almuhaadir bi mu tontu ñu ci léegi ñu may xamaa jayt te su fekkee ne am na ku déggul lii dama foog ne niñ ko waxee ci arab ndax am na ku déggul fi ne nii ku déggul dara because time itam facteur la boo xam ne dañ ko war a bàyyi xel
الله نزلنا نتكلم احنا يعني. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. This seminar is not an easy one because we have with us the scholars from Al-Azhar and they cannot speak the local dialect. So it's better to speak in Arabic. It will be much easier for both parties to communicate with each other. Let's ask a question. Do all participants understand English or Arabic? Did you all understand what was said?
والمنتظر من هؤلاء الناس أن يفهموا ما
نحن لم نسمعكم.
أي سؤال؟ أوكي. إذن الإخوة في الأزهر سامحونا، نحن عندنا مشكلة، هذه مشكلتنا نحن داخلية، ولكن سامحونا لأن القضية قضيتنا نحن، فنريد أن نعالجها وطنيا ونشكر مساهمتكم ومداخلتكم. لما دون لاجte mooy kaddu yiñ fi wax yima fi nettali bi muhaadir bi pare may leen ñu kaddu yima wax bi muhaadir bi pare niñ tënkee waxam ji ak imam Abdoulaye Fati mudaaxalaam bi niñ ko tënkee ndax dafa am kenn ku ko understandut ñëpp understand nañ ko. non bu leen forcer ci understand bu leen forcer ci ñàkk understand daana اسمع يا إخواننا داني أقول داني شوف يا إخواننا نحن لا ينبغي أن نخدع أنفسنا. المساهمون المشاركون يمكنني أن أقول أن 99% من المجلس الإسلامي الأعلى وهم أئمة في مساجدهم وهم علماء، فكيف يقال بعد ذلك أنهم لا يفهمون العربية التي نتحدث عنها؟ هذا غير معقول. ونحن عندنا مشكلة الوقت الآن، لا يمكننا مثلا أن نرضي شخصا واحدا نعم لتضييع الوقت. نعم بالماندينكية ممكن. نعم جزاك الله خير.
مش موضوع.
أو يريد أن يقدم يعني طرح جديد هو نفسه بعد التكلم بالعربي يختصر بأي لغة يعني ما أنت
أوكي من المتداخل نعم يا مقدم الكلمة يس المتداخل نعم. إذا من الآن المتداخل إذا كان من غامبيا بعد طرح أطروحته يطلب منه أن يقرب الفهم إلى الحاضرين باللهجات التي يفهمونها، لأن المشكلة كما قلنا مشكلة وطنية نعالجها وطنيا. والآن نشكركم. عربي. هل هنالك متداخل؟ أخمي هذاك رفع أولا. إذن هذاك رفع أولا بعدين إمام بابالي.
يعني الأخ الكريم
سوف نكتفي في
الأخ الكريم المقدم من جامبيا أرجو إعطاءنا فرصة.
تفضل مشكورا.
الأخ الكريم من جامبيا.
وبعد ذلك سنعطي لبروفيسور المحاضر سوف نعطيه وقتا للتجاوب مع تساؤلاتكم إن شاء الله.
ما ينفعش.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. سليمان سيدي توري. الدكتور تحدث الختان أو الخفات
أنا كنت عايز هدي بيهم 3 دقايق تركيز يخلص أنا كله هيدور حوالين كده، يعني اللي هو قاله ده هو كله هيدور عليه. ما احنا عايزين الأولى سكتهم يعني. ابعتوا لهم يا جماعة بس اسمعوا. يعني يعني الإخوة الأفاضل في جامبيا.
The colleagues from Gambia. Would you please give us 5 minutes to answer? Maybe this would save us time because we feel that time is being wasted. So we need to comment on everything that is said scientifically. So would you please give us the time to answer? I heard the intervention.
نعم. سعادة الدكتور جمال سامحنا على
يعني أرجو إعطاءنا فرصة قليلة جدا.
Would you please give us a short time to answer and respond? Yes, you heard the questions and the comments, so we'll give you the floor to answer these questions. I am Professor Ibrahim Al-Hudhud, the former president of Al-Azhar University. We heard the questions and maybe would be able now to answer many of them. First, accusing the other opinion of considering the old scholars الأحناف المالكية الشافعية and Hanafiya of being arrogant. We are opposing this. You cannot accuse the others of calling these scholars are ignorant, because this means that there would be no difference between different groups. Also, the followers of these grand imams objected to what they said, and even Ibn Suhnun, he objected Imam Malik, and also Shafi'iyya. Imam Shafi'i himself opposed his opinions in certain things, and also Al-Hanabila. So, difference in understanding texts does not mean that we are accusing others of being ignorant. So we need to be aware of not making such accusations. Also, talking about the modern scholars is well respected, but I will answer through the answers that were said by other imams. For example, Shawkani Imam in section 1 of Nail al-Awtar says, although this prophetic seeing about circumcision is unreliable and has no ruling, no basis for a ruling, and also in page 26, he says that this prophetic saying about female circumcision was mentioned several times and related, and they are all weak narrations that cannot be a basis for ruling. And also Al-Allama Ibn al-Mundhir said that there is neither a clear text about circumcision that can be relied upon, nor can it be considered an act of sunnah. So Muslims say that circumcision is a must for men. And I do not want to get into a lot of details, but these are all scholars who disagreed with the previous arguments and the previous opinions, because time changes, and this has to do with bodies, and things that have to do with bodies change. Maybe you realize from what the scholars mentioned that they did not agree on one ruling, for all agreed on its necessity. But as for female circumcision, say that this is part of dignity, but others say it is not. So for Al-Ahnaf, for example, circumcision for women is giving her dignity, but it is a must for men. But for Shafi'iyya, it is a must for both men and women. For Al-Hanabila, for women, circumcision is a kind of dignity and honor. So you who accused us of calling these scholars and imams ignorant. No one says that, because they disagreed amongst each other upon the opinions. None of them said that it is a must or it is part of the sunnah, and these are the well-known jurisprudence rulings. Also, this prophetic saying that you said, if the two circumcised met, then the ghusl is a must. This means that the Arabs say two sons for the moon and the sun, and they say two Umars for Umar and Abu Bakr. So they are using it only as a meaning. So it is not a matter of evidence, it is a matter of how we interpret this evidence. So,
and there was actually an agreement, and there is no disagreement about the positions that FGM, with all its forms, we do not mean like the Pharaonic or any other thing. There is actually more worse, other types that are worse than the Pharaonic. All the different types of FGM are very harmful to the women, and actually negatively affects her relationship with her husband. Like, let me tell you why men actually would go to get medications in order to be more sexually capable of having this relationship with their wives. Please stick to the scientific discussion, and we have actually addressing you using the arguments given by Sunnah scholars who are following the Prophet, may peace be upon him, even before the United Nations or the UNICEF. We are not servants for anyone. Al-Azhar is much bigger than that, so please be calm in the discussion so that we can stick to the scientific discussions instead of accusing one another. Dr. Abdullah Nagar also would like to answer this point. In the name of Allah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I believe that you do not need a summary of this, but let me give a summary in the local language. In the name of Allah, first of all, I would like to welcome the speaker is speaking in the Gambian language. He's giving a summary of what was mentioned in Gambian language.
ànd ak yar ak teggin l'islam wax naa leen ne ci tàmbali bi kenn moomu ko réew mi it kenn moomu ko nusuus yi it kenn moomu ko te fiq képp koo xam ne def nga fiq xam nga ne fiq moom bunt bu yaatu la ifun ki amee yéene bu rafet ragal yàlla ñoom ñi am yéene bu rafet ragal yàlla sax soo jàngee fiq da nga gis kii jëm nii kii jëm nii loolu moom shay tabi'i kon bu boobaa ñun ñëpp nañ teey pour nit di wax ñuy def yenn bruit yi coow jaru ko ñun ñëpp nañ dal déglu attentively suñ paree incha allah kenn ku ci ne rek joxe sa kàddu moom wane na ne ki nga xam ne mooy imam Abdoulaye Fati lim ko dafa jàpp ne moom itam daf ko tuumaal tuuma boobu amut li xew mooy ne mbir mi uute daf ci am te hadis yi nga xam ne nit ñi ñu ngi koy sukkandikoo moom it indi na ay boromi xam-xam yoo xam ne ñuñ nangu seenu xam-xam lañ ñoo xam ne ñu ne hadis yooyu daal nag wéeruñ ñoom loolu la ñu wax indi na leen kóot na seeni tur ak seeni palaas wax na ne ñi nga xam ne nag mooy borom xam-xami tey yi ñu jëfandikoo xam-xamu tibb seeni xam-xamit mu'tabar dañ koy déglu ndax mbir mi mbir la mu jokkoo ak jëmmi doomu aadama kon loolu il faut ñu déglu ci ñooñu mu ne am na ñaari borom xam-xam yu mag yoo xam ne mu'tabarina ci fuqahaul arbaa yoo xam ne liñ ko tudde mooy makruma te mu ne makruma laysat xukman min ahkaami xukmi shar'i alxamsa fi lislam makruma mooy teraanga moom mu ne aqsaamu xukmi shar'i fi lislam ni ko fuqahaa yi waxee xamsatun fardun wa nadbun wa karahatun xaram mu ne bii makruma bokku ci maanaam dama leen di nettali rek li nga xam ne moom la wax mu ne hadis bi nga xam ne moom la imam Fati wax idal taqal xitaanaani mu ne loolu min baabi taglib la ne arab danay waxee noonu jël benn paat mu idaafa ko ci beneen paat te joxe na ci itam misaal ra'yun wa ra'yul axar li am solo daal mooy nañ leen ubbi suñuy dënn nañ leen déglu bu baax nekkuñ fi pour diwa daane diwa non loolu dañ ko war a passé ñun nañ teg mbir mi ci xam-xam waxtaan ko ragal yàlla luñ àgg rek mu baax waaye maa wiin wala wiin loolu indiwul ñu fi abadan man su fekkee diwo wiin ak wala naa man duma fi ñëw abadan léegi nag ni ñuy def mooy ñu jox imam Babali mu ne kii oowoon nañ ko ba pare yow loo doon wax mu daaxalaam mu ngo imam baal ma fàtte naa ne dañ ko woo ba pare
bismillahi rahmani rahim
Our brothers in Gambia, Dr. Abdullah Al-Najjar wants also to intervene in addition to what was said by Dr. Ibrahim Al-Hudhud. and Dr. Hamid Abu Talib. I have said that Sheikh Tantawi has actually permitted FGM. Metwali Sharawi has also permitted FGM. These are all actually one of the most important scholars of Al-Azhar. In addition, so they, in the name of Allah, in addition to also other scholars, many scholars have actually permitted FGM, and Al-Albani as well. And as was mentioned by Sheikh Ibrahim, Shubha. So so he wants to say that Shawkani, Imam Shawkani is actually has studied different opinions about this and has actually talked about this. And this hadith is weak or da'if. But actually, if we talk about different narrations of this hadith, it would become a good hadith attributed to others. And as for the reliable hadith, they are actually four types. One is Sahih for itself, another that is Hasan for itself, Hasan for another. And this is actually types of the hadith that, or this hadith is actually Hasan, and this is why it is considered as Hasan for another or Hasan لغيره, and this should be reliable. But this hadith is not actually the basis. Also, we have actually another hadith which actually talks about 5 things of fitra, which actually what would allow the FGM. And when we talked about with the two circumcised parts met, and he has talked about the 2 sons and the 2 Umars and the 2 seas, here I would say that a very important thing, that we have actually a hadith sahih from Al-Bukhari and the Muslim concerning the 2 circumcised parts met. Also, if we talk about that the 2 circumcised parts meet, so this interprets the fact that we are talking about the 2 parts are being circumcised. Therefore, when we talk about this narration of Imam Muslim, means that we have a circumcised part from the female. One is the subject and the other is the object. Therefore, when Sheikh was actually talking about WHO, so have you forgotten this actually practice, saying that this affects the health of the women and children, and they have taken what was said by the WHO. They have said that this is actually, we're talking here about the actual circumcision of a female, which is the cutting of the clitoris for the women, and this is actually known as sunnah. But this tribe was not or did not imply any harmful impact. So why didn't he mention this as well? This research from the UNICEF, this research from the UNICEF, and the spread of the circumcision actually varies from one country to another. And this circumcision, this female circumcision from the Catholic and the Protestant, these are actually part of their own religion. And the same would apply also to Muslims and the Jews, that they have their own religion. This topic was discussed by Al-Hanafiya and Al-Hanabila, and they said that it is a must to circumcise the females. And in addition, the Hanabila said that this is a sunnah to circumcise both males and females. So where's the doctrine? And the rule says that if the scholars have agreed on one of a certain topic that is being discussed under Islam, then no one else could be allowed to give a different opinion.
السلام عليكم أيها الإخوة.
أطلب من المتداخلين السماح لمقاطعتهم.
If you'd allow us, if we can interrupt, we have actually very important work to do, and if we give the floor to each person to intervene, we are going to stay here overnight and we are not going to finish. So we have already listened to what was said by the professor, and we are going to give you the floor to answer this. May peace be upon all of you. Please listen to us or unmute us so that you can also listen to us when we talk, because part of a good discussion can only be realized if you listen to both parties. A dialogue is a two-way channel. There should be a communication between the two parties. We cannot mute party and unmute the other. So we have to listen to one another so that we can actually listen to one another. And this is actually the basis of the dialogue. So please listen to us as we are listening to you. Can you hear us now? Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you quite well. May peace be upon all of you. First of all, we'd like to welcome each and every one of you. We are very glad to meet you here today. We are discussing this topic with a number of scholars who have been discussing this topic based on good studying that apparently that you have been very well prepared for this. However, it seems that many of the matters where truth is quite valid and clear, maybe this is not the case for everyone, because God has actually distributed this understanding over his creations or worshippers according to his will subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the topic that we are discussing today, even concerning the hadith given by different scholars, are actually all recorded and documented. In brief, this cannot be considered another truth concerning about the body. And Prophet Muhammad said very clearly, "O people, your blood, your property, your honor is are as sacred and inviolable as the sanctity of this day of yours." So or the integrity of the body is actually well documented. And if we talk about this means that the human body may not be violated or harmed, neither can any organ or part be harmed, or else this would be a violation of the integrity of the human body as instructed and stipulated by Islam. Harming this sensitive part whose existence is for a certain purpose that God has already doctrined when He has created the mankind is very dangerous, because this would actually be related to the reproduction of the mankind and having offspring that would carry on the message of Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him. And it was said that the religion is not going to be moved from one generation to another except through the new generation. So violating and harming this part, which is actually one of the main purposes of creating the mankind, is a corruption and fasad for deen and not a reform. So we have to bear this point in mind. Harming this organ harms the woman without any benefit, and it also undermines the main purpose of the creation of mankind and leads to corruption, in addition to manipulation of God's Sharia, because it would actually affect how the new generation gets introduced to religion, and the thing that has actually allowed us to talk about this. Dear brothers, the truth is not limited to one only, and the person who has talked decisively about it and asked us to withdraw what we have said, this is not a discussion, because no one actually gets a wahy. We are all trying or getting or receiving revelation. We are all trying to exert our effort, because the revelation and wahy has stopped after Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him. And if I have an opinion, I would say it as an opinion. But if you have such a decisive opinion, telling the other person to withdraw their other opinion, this is actually should not be said, and it should not be said from a scholar to a scholar, because you are not a person who receives the revelation. And I believe what I say is the right thing. So if you have something that can reply to my argument, then give me an argument against an argument, an evidence against an evidence, a logic against a logic. But we are only listening to many talks that have been repeated, mostly in similar situations. Refuting these hadiths are actually the same talk that we have been listening to, and we have the same reply every time, because there's nothing new about it. We cannot leave a fact from the religion facts based on these unreliable hadiths, and we cannot leave a truth from the Islamic Sharia that is related to something that God has asked us and instructed us to maintain, and I can just leave it for any person to talk about.
So, saying that Abu Hanifa said, okay, the four Imams are our scholars and our professors, and all former scholars taught us a lot, and the Suyuti Imam wrote a book in this context talking about the role of successors to support the predecessors. So we owe all of them, but these issues that have been discussed by a lot of scholars and Imams are still interests, and for the interest of people, things changed, and a lot of the rulings that were made by the different doctrines and the different imams and jurists have changed. And for certain things, they used to say that it is allowed, but afterwards things have changed. Now these interests that they believed in the past have changed, and we find that there are damages rather than interests. That's why we cannot go on with this ruling. So would the ruling said by Ibn Malik and others would still prevail? Would their rulings be as is, or are we going to prevent it? If we are going to remain repeating what was said, then there is no need for such seminars. It's enough to say Abu Hanifa mentioned, Ibn Malik mentioned, and that's it. No, we still need to discuss the different rulings. If things are well decided upon, then there is no need for these discussions. And if we would stop at this place, then we are making rulings for the presence using what was mentioned in the past, and this is not suitable. Jurists should be able to discuss new issues and new topics, or to start discussing old topics from new perspectives that appear. We have looked at what science says and what happens, and we are not saying this for any purpose except to support Islam and religion and the issues. So we cannot keep going on with this discussion, and I pray Allah to help us to always be devoted to explaining the issues of Islam, because this is the best and important thing, is to do it only for the purpose of satisfying Allah. This is what is important for us, to satisfy Allah. Dr. Hamid Abu Talib also wants to give a speech, and then I will speak also. And then I will make another comment. I will make another comment on what was mentioned by WHO, and the WHO has nothing to do with what was said. In the name of Allah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Peace and blessing be upon Prophet Muhammad, his companions and his followers. As-salatu wassalamu ala Muhammad wa alihi wa ashabih. I would like to reply to what was mentioned by Imam Abdullah al-Fati. We are waiting for you to give us the opportunity to speak. Excuse me, Professor, that we need all to agree that this is the scientific discussion. And scientific discussion is very easy. If you have an opinion, share it with us. So, we do not need all these words and all that talk.
ki dugg si woon di Cheikh Souleymane Sidi Traoré a Touré dafa tontu ki doon waxtaan ne yow de waa Misra wax nga ñu ay boromi xam-xam yu bare yoo xam ne dañ ne yéen daal ba neeni boromi xam-xam yoo xam ne tam foofu lañ ci Misra ñoom wax nañ lu bokkut ak yi borom xam-xam yi ñu wax liñ wax loolu bokk na ci waxam mu ne soo demee ci Saudi itam am na fa yeneeni borom uuteeg yow li nga wax na fi it ne hadis bi nga xam ne moom la ñuy war a sukkandiku ne lu wér la mooy xamsun min al fitra boobu mu ne hadis bu wér la te boobu circoncision yi jigéen daf ci bokk na ci li nga xam ne tontu na ko mu ne hadis bi ñu wax ne idal taqal xitaanaani mu ne mu ngi ci Buxaari ak Muslim maanaam Buxaari Muslim umma bi li ñu d'accord su fekkee am na ku ci wuute lu tuuti la ne lépp lu ca ne dafa wér mu des nag interpretation of idal taqal xitaanaani kële nam ko interprété ak kii nim ko interprété loolu moo indi wax jooju mu wax ko it ne ko yaa ngi kóot itam ci international health naka lañ ko tuddee munazamatul siha al alamiya ñoom ñooñu nga xam ne sukkandiku nga ci ñoom it de man mun naa laa rifa ci atum 1979 ñoo am na luñ bind loo xam ne dafa dàq ne female circumcision lor la so bu boobaa kon daal ba tey ra'yun wa ra'yul axar lii ngeen wax daal teg ngeen ko waaye ñun itam am nañ suñ wax ji fii mooy suñ sukkandiku loolu ci gàttal mooy li nga xam ne moom la kii bi doon wax imam Fati li ma doon fii wax fii léegi mu ne dafa bëgg docteur laaj yim ko laaj mu tontu ko duut pour moom mu mel ni ñoom ñaar dañuy kilewante xëccoo ñoom ñaar waaye nañ tontu laajam yi te benn ci laajam yooyu moo di mu indil ko benn hadis boo xam ne daf ko tere du loolu nga waxoon martabatu martaba إذن دعوني ألخص هذا لبروفيسور.
Let me summarize this question, Professor. Imam Fati said that he raised a question. All jurists agreed on permissibility of female circumcision. They differ in its importance. What level of permissibility are we talking about? So he wants you to answer. Can you give an evidence that it is prohibited?
إذن أجابه لهم. إذن هو يقول أنتم حينما تصدرون حكما
when you make a ruling to prohibit and ban female circumcision, do you consider these scholars and jurists to be wrong? Would you, the professor, please reply? This last question was answered by Dr. Ibrahim Al-Hudhud already. He answered it clearly and covered this topic. So why are we getting back to the same point? Secondly, saying that the World Health Organization supports cutting the clitoris is wrong totally, and I was the head to the General Federation for Obstetrics and Gynecology, and I'm still the head of the international committee that supports survivors of FGM. And there was nothing from WHO that supports FGM. They do not talk about the importance of cutting the clitoris. These are misconceptions and misinformation that was never published or issued by the WHO. And Dr. Hamid Abu Talib wants also to make an intervention. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Peace and blessing be upon Prophet Muhammad. As-salatu was-salam ala Rasul Muhammad. The Imam Abdullah al-Fati said that the old jurists said that circumcision is permissible. At which level of permissibility are we talking about? I would like to tell him simply that the forms introduced now of female circumcision and FGM did not exist at the time of these old jurists, and the evidence to prove that is that now in Yemen, when war started against FGM, and the Yemeni Mufti wrote women who had gone through female circumcision. He asked them, what do you do to girls when you do the circumcision? She said that we cut a very small piece to feed a kitten. This was what the woman said. So the sheikh said, this is a crime. This is a crime. And it should be punishable, or a diya should be paid at least. So they introduced a new method for circumcision. I want Imam Abdullah Al-Fati to tell me his opinion about this. In Yemen now, they do female circumcision in a new method, and this method is as follows. They fill a sack with sand and they heat it on the cook so that the sand would be hot in this bag, and then they put this bag on the girl's clitoris for 40 days, which leads to insensitivity in this place, full insensitivity. So this girl that has been through this process, if she pees, she does not feel anything when she pees. If anyone touches this area, she feels nothing because this area is no longer sensitive to anything. So what's your opinion, Sheikh Abdullah Al-Fati? Is this lawful or unlawful? They say that this is female circumcision. Is this lawful or unlawful? Is this halal or haram? Also, the old jurists said that female circumcision accepted, but afterwards we learned about the dangers and the harms of FGM. That's why we said that it is prohibited. And also, as for the hadith, if the two circumcised met, this was responded by Dr. Ibrahim Al-Hadr. And we know that says that if the evidence has the probability element, then it is unjustifiable. And that's why this is unreliable. And also, Sheikh Abdullah Al-Fati said that the scholars of the Kingdom of the Saudi Arabia accepted circumcision. So I would reply to him by saying that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia does not practice circumcision. If this was said by its scholars, then why the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia does not circumcise its girls? And also, Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, did not circumcise his daughters. And circumcision is practiced only in a number of countries and not all Islamic and Arab countries. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that follows the Holy Quran and the Sunnah does not do circumcision. So how its scholars would say that circumcision is from the Sunnah? Thank you very much.
Suleyman Sidi Touré wax bi mu wax ne munazamatu sihha al alamiya ñoo ko wax moom weddi na ko noonu loolu maxluuta du dëgg amut ndax moom non مش مهم يا مش مهم إهدأوا كيف نتعلم الهدوء وحسن الاستماع هذا لا بد منه فكل من لم يحسن الاستماع لا يكون عالما أبدا نعم فهو رده يقول هذا مو صحيح وهو
in his reply said that this is wrong. Secondly, these old scholars said that
Imam Abdullah Fati waxoon mu ne tontu bam tontu woon ne le ëmb na lépp maanaam du ci dellu xaar li muy wax daal mooy ne même borom xam-xam yooya soo gisee ñu waxoon ne ñuy wax ju tegtale ne dagan na mooy ne ñoom seen xitaan seen circoncision booba bokkut ak ñun suñu circoncision si moom loolu la wax xam nga wax ju ne nag am na wax loolu la su ko defee waxaat na ne am na laaj bu mu laaj imam Fati sa ujibuhu an imam Fati mu ne déedéet duma sa ujiba mu ne dafa am yaman benn façon ngi xitaan bu ñuy def maanaam dañuy jël saleñ def ko ci saako tàngal ko bam tàng ñu teg ko ci ngeen jéggal ma ci awraw jigéen wi mu ne liñ ci jublu pour awraw yi dafay dee ba nga xam ne dootul amati ba dootul amati yëg-yëg ba mu ne sax su jeexee da ngay gis jigéen ji sax danay bugg a seben du mën a seben samahatal al mutadaxil ana ujibu an imam Fati bi anna
I am answering on behalf of Imam Fati that the circumcision done by him is not what we are talking about, and this is actually not permissible by religion. And as for the hadith, the speaker switched again to the Gambian language.
jigéen dafay xaraf waaye taxlib la maanaam comme que góor dafa am xitaan jigéen même su amul xitaan suñuy dajee ñu taxlib ko maanaam ñu lënkal loolu moo tax ñu tuddee ko xitaanaan te joxe nañ ci misaal mu ne saoudia bi nga xam ne kile Souleymane mu ngi ko kóot ne waa saoudia borom xam-xam yi wax nañ saoudia ne dafa dagan mu ne su fekkee ñoo wax loolu lu tax saoudia ñoom du ñuy xarfal seen jigéen ñi mu ne saudi duñ dee xarfal seen jigéen ñi lu tax bon ñuy wax ne bon dafa dagan beneen bi mooy sang bi ci boppam yonent bi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam moom defalu doomam yu jigéen yi defalu leen xitaan kon loolu yëpp li muy tegtale mooy ne maanaam waxam la rek mooy ne bon xitaan daganu kon loolu no laa yumkinuna an nutaabi'a kulla far'in ila nihayatiha fa hiya aqwalun wa amamana awraq kathira wa hadha insha Allah sawfa na'udu ilayha bi idhnillahi ta'ala wal an nafsahu al majal للإمام.
Would like to give the floor to Imam Babali. Please have the floor. May peace be upon Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad. In the beginning, I would like to clarify a very important point. Some of the professors or some on the Gambians believe that I have actually a kind of hostility relationship with the Fati, but as a matter of fact, let me tell you that I do not have any kind of hostile relationship against him. On the contrary, we are relatives and we are friends. As for the agreement, yes, there is a disagreement. And this is actually the case since the beginning and till the end. And now I would like to say a very important point. What was mentioned by Fati, saying that circumcision is a pharaonic practice that does not exist in Gambia, and maybe it was in Egypt before. So I would like to identify and clarify to Abdullah Fati that the disasters that resulted from the circumcision, and actually this is something that we know because we are trying to help some of the women, and I am actually one of the people working in this regard. But actually a person alone cannot do everything, and if I actually talk with him, I would actually tell him about the different things I see. The pharaonic circumcision is totally different from the circumcision. This is well known, but let me tell you all that different forms of circumcision are available in Gambia, whether it is vaginal stitching, pharaonic, or any other type of circumcision. They are all present in Gambia, and they are practiced against our girls. Because we were actually involved in the efforts that towards this phenomenon since 1970s. And thanks God that and thanks also for our scholars from Al-Azhar, because we have never been ignorant of what is going on. We have participated in efforts and visits and travels, etc. And we actually we know everything that's being said today. But the fact or the question is, do we all accept it or not? So we are going to be in this agreement, and we are going to leave this war while being in this agreement unless we depend on physicians. Even physicians have also disagreement among themselves. I'm only concerned because sometimes I can hear Imam al-Fati tells me and actually say dua. And I actually talk about him in his own presence. Therefore, I would like to thank the organizers of this roundtable discussion, and we are actually good believers in dialogue rather than arguments. And or debate. No, we do not believe in debate because actually debate would include both like a winner and a loser, and we do not want someone to win and the other to lose. The previous speaker and many of the speakers were actually scholars of Gambia today, and they were our students in the past. So I would actually like to thank Al-Azhar scholars for their participation, and I hope that they can come in person and participate with us. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Our brothers in Al-Azhar, of course, the Babali's intention does not need or require any response from your part. On the contrary, has actually thanked you and thanked your contribution, and he actually hoped that this roundtable discussion is being held in your own presence. And as for the Gambians, and then we switch it to Gambian.
masala mi masala xilaafiya la pour ñu tënk ko te ni ñu ñëwee ci wuute it jàpp naa ne danañ teqali ko tey wuute mu ne wuute daal du njombe ci diine waaye léegoo léeg ñuy tuumaal ne sax suma digganteeg imam Fati dafa am noonoo gu ci ne wala nangam loolu doxul suñu diggante fa tabaarakallaahu wax na ne moom li muy wax daf ci am daf ko def mu maarasa daal maanaam bu yàgg ba tey at yu bare mu ngi liggéey ci lii di gisal boppam di xamal boppam yoo xam ne yu metti la ñu di ko teg jigéen yoo xam ne yu war a teggeeku la mu ne mu ngi wan nit ñi ne façon ngi xitaan yépp mu ngi ci Gambia waa Gambia ñu ngi koy def te loolu ki ñu ko war a wax mooy docteur yi docteur yi itam li yàlla xam doy na ni ñu wutee ñun fuqahaa yi ñoom itam wuute ra'yu wa ra'yul axar waaye buñ ko def dibeet maa ay wala maa ay loolu taxul ñu fee ñoom nit dafa am sax lu muy passé gis nga borom xam-xam dafa am loo war a passé suñ ne masala mi masala la diiniya nastamiu ila diin wa yantahi al amru ku nekk indi sa dalil ñu wax ñu insha allahu taala bañ àgg ci natija kon léegi maa ngi jéggalu ñu yemale foofu docteur da nga bëgg a mu daaxale ci lii waa bis da ngay dem waa bon ñu may la nga mu def mu daaxala ñu close ko comme que da ngay dem
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, may peace be upon his Prophet Muhammad and his companions and family. My dear scholars, my dear colleagues, my dear sheikhs, I would like to greet you all. I am a deputy, I work as a deputy minister at the Ministry of Health, but I'm not talking here as a representative of the government. I am talking as a Gambian person or a Gambian person and as like a mini scholar. I'm calling myself a mini scholar because there are other scholars who have taught me a lot, and I would like to thank the sheikhs of Al-Azhar who we are grateful to because they have taught us a lot, and I would also like to thank them for their attempts, but we are talking here about the opinion and the others' opinion. I believe that the Islamic nation has the Azhari school, the Gulf school, the Kairouan school, etc., representing different aspects of the Islamic world. I'm actually looking forward to reaching a solution because we have a problem. We have the council here in Gambia that actually prohibits this. So we wanted to reach a solution because some people are being harmed, scholars and decision makers are the perils of life. So if there is a problem, then they have to study this problem, and hopefully we can reach a number of recommendations that will not harm us, nor would it harm the Islamic religion. In my modest opinion, I found that there are two opinions or two schools in Gambia, and some are actually kind of, and if we are trying to get to a compromise, then we have to think about how can we do this. So I found that there is a certain school or opinion that prohibits this, and I do not know why, because there is no evidence in this regard. And it is prohibiting this as a procedure. So hopefully there will be clear evidence for the prohibition or for, and I believe that this evidence should be there. So if we are talking here about a topic that has started even before the time of the Prophet, and the Prophet has actually lived during this, and it was not prohibited by him. So I don't know why you are saying that it's prohibited now. And I believe that those who prohibit this from the religious point of view are actually affected by the secular opinion. And actually, based on the evidence I see in Sunnah, I believe that this is actually my own opinion. So these two schools are present, and if we are actually going to talk about both the schools, we are not going to get to a solution. On the contrary, we are going to have an argument and a debate, and this is actually something that I can at the level of the citizens, regular citizens in Gambia, and the same also applies to the scholars. So I believe instead the scholars should be working in order to avoid any kind of this argument in order to get to a solution. The moderate opinion school has their evidence even if it's not actually like too many evidence, because if the Prophet has witnessed something and he didn't prohibit people from doing it or practicing it, so at least this is a kind of sunnah, and we have like different types of sunnah. So is it confirmed or mu'akkada? Is a makrama or a virtuous deed, so this means it is permissible. So maybe even we are actually do not agree on the level of permissibility in terms of the sunnah or the level of the sunnah. So if I may suggest, we need to organize this argument in order, or this practice. We have to organize this practice with so that the practice does not cause any harm. So the circumcisers should be taught the right method whereby they can do the circumcision in order not to harm the body of the females, to be so that it is not prohibited. And also we have if it is a sunnah, then it is a matter of a choice. So the girl who is still young, and so I would actually I force her to follow the sunnah. So this may be so the circumcisers should be well trained. Before, in the past, they only used to cut the clitoris and that's it. But nowadays, the physicians are doing it in a smart way for the males. So why don't we do the same for females as well? Also, the girl who is like 6 years old or 4 years old, why do we leave the decision to the father or the mother or to the grandparents? Since it is a sunnah, then so we have to leave it until she is at an age where she can actually decide whether she wants to apply it or not, since we're talking about it as a sunnah, without leaving the mother or the grandmother to decide on behalf of the girl. Because if there's a sunnah, then she has the freedom to choose what she wants to do. Thank you, and may peace be upon all of you. And I'm talking here as a mini scholar and the Gambia, not as a deputy from the Ministry of Health. Thank you. Dr. Omar Jah, the Ministry of Health Deputy, and he is actually talking as a scholar and a scientist participating in this intervention, and not as a representative from the government. We have an intervention.
بينهما إفراط وتفريط noonu la ko gisee dafa gis ne ifraat ak tafrit moo fi am ñi nga xam ne dañ koy tere mu ne dafa gis ne dañoo ëppal loolu mooy xelaatam ndax mbir mi ngay tere yonent bi fekk ko fi te terewu ko nga di ko tere foo ko teg lu tax nga di ko xaramal ñi nga xam ne tam dañ koy def mu mel ni lu war la dafa gis ne ñoom itam dañoo ëppal mbir mi kay fiñ ko war a teg rek mooy sunna la sunna taqririya mooy yonent bi sallallahu alayhi wasallam bàyyi na ko sunna nag dafa am ay maratib yi mooy liñ fi waxoo rek aqsaamu xukmi shar'i ni ko borom ibnu ashir waxee aqsaamu xukmi shar'i xamsatun turam fardun wa nadbun wa karahatun haram summa ibahatun fa ma'murun juzim fardun wa dunal jazmi mandubun wusim yaani loolu li ñu war rek mooy ñu xool ban martaba lañ koy teg mu mel ni moom ci gisinam dafay gis ne ibaaxa lay doon waaye nag mu ne suñ nangoo dëgg itam mooy lorangi ci am na ñuy loru su boobaa itam ñi nga xam ne ñoom ñoo nekk ci réew mi seen yitte dana ci su fekkee am na ñoo xam ne dañuy loru ci mbir mi kon bu boobaa moom li muy tawsiya pour ñu bàyyi ko xel mooy ne mbir mi nañ ko organise nañ organise mbir mi waaw ba nga xam ne lor dootu ci mën a am organisation boobu benn bi mooy suñ demee ba di ko def na ko na ko ki ko war a def na ko def xam naa loolu suñ ko mënee wax ci làkk mooy dafa nekk daal medical practitioner waaye du nekk any Tom Dick and Harry jël lu ko neex defee ko lu ko neex boobu moom bokkut ci tawsiya ñaareel bi tekki itam comme que sunna la sunna du waajib léegi lu tax ñuy jël xale bu ndaw bi yaayam wala maamam mu jël ko rek moom neex na ko wala neexu ko mu defal ko comme que sunna la nañ ko bàyyi moom su demee ba ànd ak xelam mu ne man dama bëgg a def sunna bi ñu defal ko su fekkee ne bëggut ko ñu bàyyi ko moom loolu mooy ra'yum al mutawaadi loolu mooy gisinam lii nag moo tax niqaashul ilmi xiwaar neex su ma fexe ba Gambia am ruuxu xiwaar te loolu daf ñu loolu mooy suñ muskila ruuxu xiwaar ku nekk rek na wax raay yow sa raayu la moomoo diine moomoo kenn ku nekk na wax sa raayu nga teg ko ci dalil keneen ñu wax raayum teg ko ci dalil ñu def ko nag ci ragal yàlla ndem diine la li ngay def na nga ko def ci ragal yàlla te na nga ko teg ci koo xam-xam waaye nag nga tuumaal sa bopp ne man mun naa am ne maa juum de ki ma uuteeg man nii mun naa am ne moo wax dëgg de ndax loolu mooy tax nga man koo déglu te soo ko dégloo mën naa am nga gis lu bokk li nga gis bokk kii fi ne nii nag waxtu bi daahamana kathiran والآن ننتقل إلى الورقة الثانية.
أيوة لو سمحت في بس مداخلة بسيطة.
إلى الورقة الثانية ونطلب من المتداخلين.
Excuse me, we have an intervention from Al-Azhar side. Excuse me, we have an intervention. We have an intervention from the ICPSR side. Dr. Shukri Abdelazim. Dr. Shukri Abdelazim. Before Dr. Shukri, please, we have just a small intervention. Dr. Omar said something that I actually kind of conservative about, saying that those who have actually prohibiting FGM are affected by the secular opinion.
This opinion that believes that female circumcision or FGM is unlawful, we cannot call them as people influenced by secularism. These opinions were mentioned by renowned well-known scholars from Al-Azhar Sharif, this honorable institution. So when describe this opinion as being influenced by secularism, I think that this is dangerous in describing opinions. This is banned because it harms a human body. And people still insist on having it. This is unlawful and unaccepted. This is haram. Yes, Dr. Omarja.
mbiram ilmaniya daf leen laal maanaam taatharu bil ilmaniya xawma ilmaniya mooy lanati sax mooy sécularisme mooy mbiru sécularisme daal moo leen ci yóbbu kii docteur mu ne docteur Omar Dia waruta wax loolu ñi ko xaraamal ay borom xam-xam lañ yu sell yoo xam ne dañ ko teg ci dalil yu sell kon loolu moom d'accordu ci noonu la ra'yu wa ra'yu al-akhar wal an sa'at docteur دعونا ننتقل.
Now let's move on to the second paper.
أن يختصر وقته بإذن الله تعالى ونستسمحه وهو الدكتور.
And we'll give the floor to Dr. Shukri Abdelazim. He will talk about the medical aspects of female circumcision.
لختان المرأة فإن شاء الله هذا المتداخل سيتحدث عنه.
قبل أن يبدأ أخي وصديقي
Before my brother and friend Dr. Shukri Abdel Azim, the Deputy Director of the Center, starts his presentation, I would like to make a short comment on Dr. Umar, the Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Health, and I'm speaking to him as a physician to clarify 2 points he mentioned. The first point, we fully know that the code of conduct of physicians says that we cannot injure a human body unless the benefit of this injury or wound is bigger than its damage. And all scientific research published by reliable organizations like World Health Organization and the International Federation for Obstetrics and Gynecology, and I was honored to preside over it for 3 years, said all that there is no use at all in practicing female circumcision. On the contrary, it is accompanied by harm. So according to the physical and the medical code of conduct, we cannot do FGM or circumcision unless there is a certain disease or there is a medical necessity. So practicing circumcision is against all medical codes of conduct. And he talked also about training those who do the circumcision. Studies conducted worldwide and also the Arab Republic of Egypt showed that even the circumcision is done by physicians in medical institutions, it's accompanied by complications and side effects, and these complications might lead to the death of the girl in some cases. So when we promulgated in the Arab Republic of Egypt a law to allow conducting this surgery in hospitals, there were complications and deaths of girls that took place because of female circumcision. Thus, this surgery is prohibited and banned now. So saying that we can find a common ground by training those who do the circumcision to do it safely is not suitable at all and is incorrect and inappropriate. And now I give the floor to Dr. Shukri Abdel Azim to deliver his presentation. But would you please translate what I mentioned to the colleagues in the Gambian dialect?
moom itam lim doon di wax mu ne boroom xam-xami docteur yi ci foofu seen nataa'ij yi nga xam ne jëlee nañ ko ci li seen njàngat ci biir Misra mooy xarafal jigéen dey bëri na lu muy baxee ay njeexital yoo xam ne man dafay lor jigéen ji léegoo léeg sax mu àgg ci rey jigéen ji mu ne bi nga xamee ne nag results yooyu génn na ci njàngat moomu ci loolu ci la Égypte nag jël ñoom dogu ne daal dañ ko fiy tere dootul fi amati loolu daal ci gàttal mooy li nga xam ne moom la doon wax al an nuxiilil kalima ila docteur Abdul Azim.
And now I will give the floor to Dr. Shukri Abdel Azim to deliver his presentation on the medical aspects of female circumcision. In the name of Allah, peace and blessing be upon you all. I will deliver now my presentation on the medical aspects of female circumcision. This is a presentation that I hope would be very useful to you. What is the definition of female circumcision? It's the cutting, partial cutting or full cutting of clitoris, and there are different types of FGM. There are 4 types of FGM. FGM is deformation of the genitalia of women by cutting partially or totally the clitoris and the external parts of her genitalia, like the labia minora and the labia majora. And there are different types of female genital mutilation, 4 types. The first type is excising the clitoris or cutting the foreskin of the clitoris, and this might be partial or total excise. The second type is partial or total removal of the clitoral hood and the full 2 labia minora or part of them. The third type is excision of the clitoris and the labia minora and stitching the vaginal opening. The fourth type is unclassified, like piercing or cauterization of the clitoris or the 2 labia minora or 2 labia majora. The prevalence rate of FGM is 200 million women suffer from FGM. More than 91 million of them are in Africa alone. 90% of them are in Eritrea, Guinea, Mali, and Egypt. In a country like Somalia, FGM ranges between the age of 15 till 19 years. Between 2004 till 2017, 97% of women had it. And in Egypt, there has been a reduction in FGM to reach only 70% in 2018. Who does the circumcision for girls? It used to be done before in some of the remote areas by the midwife. The midwife, and this used to be done using scissors or scalpels or parts of glass or razors. But afterwards they stopped practicing this and they have received the services from the medical team, like the nurses or the physicians. This circumcision happens in about 30 African countries and some of the Asian countries. And in African countries, FGM is spread in the African belt, and these are the countries on both sides of the equatorial line, and it is spread in Egypt, Somalia, Sudan, Djibouti, and some parts in Yemen and Oman of the Islamic world. FGM to be done, it has complications, and these complications are very dangerous. It leads, for example, excessive bleeding during and after the surgery, inflammations and infections, as well as incontinence. And there is also ischemia, as well as shocks and traumas, and sometimes it leads to death. There are long-term complications, like, for example, the deformation and the damage around the wood because of the inflammations that happens around this area, as well as a problem with delivery, and it leads sometimes to infertility even. And there are also psychological and sexual traumas. There are complications and health long-term continuous implications because of the deformities at this place. This leads also to the formation of problems that lead also to the narrowing of the anal opening, and also inflammation of the wound leads to inflammations and problem in the pelvis, and sometimes it leads to insterility, and it leads also to urinal fistula and anal fistula due to the narrow opening. It needs sometimes to distribute this area during the delivery, and sometimes cesarean surgery is needed for the woman who is delivering a baby. And because there are problems at this place, of course, this is an obstructed delivery. This harms the health of the woman and the health of the newly born baby. And as we said, it might cause also the anal fistula or the urinal fistula, and this is a big problem that harms the baby and harms the mother. And to rectify this problem, we need a long-term treatment and surgeries, and sometimes these surgeries are not successful, and this harms the psychology of the woman and causes disturbances in the families because of these complications and side effects. In obstructed delivery, there is a spread of it because there are deformities in the vaginal opening because of the circumcision. The circumcision leads to kind of lack of sexual desire and non-conformity sexually between the husband and the wife. The impact of circumcision due to the narrowing that happens to the vagina, it leads to obstructed delivery, and thus the delivery takes a very long period, and this leads to great pressure on this area and a lot of pain during the delivery and obstruction for the baby to come out of the opening. And this leads to complications that might hurt the baby's brain and might even lead to its death. Also, there is a problem with the vital organs of the baby, and this causes a problem that harms his neurological system. Thus, he needs to go to an intensive care and lasts there for a long period and go to an incubator. Is there any medical benefit from female circumcision? No, female circumcision does not have any medical benefit. It results in psychological and health problems only. That's why it's prohibited. And we cannot consider female circumcision to be beautifying the genitalia of the woman, because Allah has created the human being in its best form. Despite the discrepancies in the impacts of female circumcision through the different effects, there is a psychological trauma from which the girl suffers. Thus, all types of circumcision has a negative impact on the girl. Doing female circumcision to women does not prevent sexual desire, but it prevents her from enjoying the sexual intercourse with her husband. And it also might delay and prolong the time for her satisfaction, and this negatively impacts the marriage. The external organs that are removed from women due circumcision are soft tissues that does not prevent sexual intercourse or delivery, and it leads to easy ejaculation and penetration, as well as easy delivery. The genitalia of the woman has different types of glands, and these glands secrete materials during the sexual intercourse, and these secretions play a role to protect the skin, moisturize it, as well as protecting it from microbes, and also facilitating the sexual intercourse through moisturizing the area. Some people think that the clitoris will grow and be similar to the sexual organ of the man, but this is wrong. This would never happen. This is a myth and a wrong misconception. What are the social beliefs about the female circumcision? The communities accept this for the following reasons: that it is a kind of customs and traditions. Female circumcision enables the girl to be a woman, and it protects also the chastity of the girl and keeps her a virgin. And this does not make her have high sexual desire. These organs that are removed are unclean. This is wrong. female circumcision is beautifying the genitalia. It is not. It is wrong because, as we mentioned, it would never grow to be as the organ of the man. Some people think that female circumcision is a necessity for pregnancy. This is wrong, and some thinks that it is a religious duty, and this is wrong also. There is a community pressure due to the misconception about female circumcision. Sometimes the families exert efforts on the mothers to do female circumcision for their girls, and this harms the family. And the mothers sometimes have to do it because they are afraid of the parents, the father, or the community. As the colleague mentioned, if we are going to medicate it, then this is wrong, because sometimes the physicians and the nurses who provide this female circumcision won't help. We have seen deaths because of female circumcision done by the medical teams. And also doing female circumcision by physicians is considered to be a violation of medical codes of conduct and medical charters. And this helps FGM go on instead of eliminating and preventing it totally. The medical practices are governed by a number of code of conducts and code of ethics, like the physician's oath, and this is derived from the divine religions, depending on justice, honoring the human being, respecting the choice of people. Another ethical principle is not to harm others and to give an opinion to everyone. Female circumcision has no health benefit at all. On the contrary, it has a lot of damages and a lot of harms. There is no need for female circumcision at all, and calling for examining the girl by a physician to decide whether she needs female circumcision or no is a wrong call that lacks credibility. The physicians should not abide by the desire of the parents to do female circumcision for the girls, because the girls at this young age does not realize the danger of this surgery that might harm her future life. And there is also a psychological, ethical, legal responsibility shouldered by those who accept this, especially when we're talking about a minor girl. It is wrong to think that there are different types of female circumcision that does not lead to complications, or that not doing and not mandating female circumcision is contradicting Islamic Sharia. Thank you very much. And peace be upon you. Thank you, my brother and friend, Dr. Shukri Abdel Azim, for this intervention that showed us different forms of female circumcision.
From the medical perspective, and I was actually trying to follow up what you were saying, and I will try to summarize what you have said. Although I'm not a specialist in this field, I'm going to translate a summary of what you just said in Gambian language. And after this, I would ask for your permission to take a 10-minute break in order to have the breakfast. And then we can get back to the hall. And now the speaker is giving the summary in Gambian language.
bi pour dégg ko bu baax ñaareel bi lim doon wax mbir la moo xam ne du suma majaal du suma tool mënuma ko leeral waaye li ma ci mën a takk daal wane na ne xarafu jigéen ay façon la am na ñeneenti façon tudd na ay réew yoo xam ne benn bu ci ne façon façon bi nga xam ne moom la ñuy def waaye wax na ne xarafi jigéen daal ak bu mu ci manti doon dafay baxi ay lor lay def ci ki nga xam ne mooy jëmmi jigéen ji mboole façon yi xitaan yi amut ci benn boo ci xam ne daal duhul ne dafay indi lor ci jëmmi jigéen ji waaye nag dañoo ëppante lor loolu moom wax na ko bokk na ci lor yi nga xam ne wax na ko nee na ñaare jigéen jiñ ko defal dana ko dee indil jafe-jafe buy jur maanaam buy wasin ngeen déggal ma ci kàddu bi nee na it léegoo-léeg muy indi njeexital ci bindin bi nga xam ne moom la yàlla bindee liir bi pour buñ koy dimbali pour mu génn léegoo-léeg sax mën na cee doxee sax ba ñàkk ci bakkanam nee na xarafi jigéen itam sax dana am feebar bu ñuy def mooy li ñuy tuddee buruda jinsiya maanaam ndaw si mën naa dem ba nga xam ne du fiilati jëkkëram waaw te bu fiilu jëkkëram du kontaan ci moom te loolu mën naa indi sax nag sëy boo xam ne dafay indi te loolu moom ba moom bi moom dëgg la moom ndax hadis bi nga xam ne mooy hadis Ummu Atiya sax waxi ni yonent bi loolu lay tegtale waaw su ko defee mu ne am na it yenn gëm-gëm yoo xam ne nit ñi dañ ko ci gëm yoo xam ne wax dëgg yàlla teguwut ci kaw yoon te loolu itam am na ci yoo xam ne dëgg la maanaam li man loolu maa ko yokk li docteur doon di junj danay xew maanaam soo ñëwee ci ñi ta'yiit ne dañ ko war a def am na ci ñoo xam ne àgg nañ ci gëm-gëm ba nga xam ne dafay mel ni ku ko defut sax da nga moy yàlla wala ku ko defut jigéen ju ko defut sax da nga tilim da nga dati soo loolu am na ñoo xam ne àgg nañ ci gëm-gëm googu yooyu wax dëgg yàlla teguut ci kaw yoon mu ne xale bu tuuti tam bu jigéen nga di ko defal xitaan mu ne mën naa jaaduwut ndax mun naa njeexital ci moom bay ci moom njeexital yoo xam ne mun na ko lor ci li des ci dundam su boobaa loolu daal yépp moo tax ñoom biñ ko boolantee dañoo gis ne daal xaraf daal dañ ko war a bàyyi ci gàttal léegi nag ni ñuy def mooy waraqa yu bare ñu ngi ci kanam waraqa bu Supreme Islamic Council danañ fi joxe kaddu am na itam docteur boo xam ne moo fi teewal Supreme Islamic Council.
The speaker is giving a summary of the presentation given by Dr. Shukri Abdul Azim in the Gambian language.
والآن ننتقل إلى تناول طعام خفيف لمدة 10.
And now let's have a 10-minute break and then we are going to get back to the hall in 10 minutes. Thank you. We are going to get back to the hall at 3 p.m. Cairo time or 2 p.m. 1 p.m. Gambia time. Thank you. Is going to talk about the FGM and FGC in Gambia.
الناس 40 30 انتم ما اعطيتوني 40 دقيقه.
اشفق علينا الان خلاص ما عندنا وقت.
طيب انت
خلاص 15.
لا 15 قليل. قليل.
لا حاول ان تضغط 15 كويس.
طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, may peace be upon His Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam.
His peace and blessing be upon Prophet Muhammad
who was sent to all mankind. Today, thank you. I want to thank the organizers for this wonderful forum to do dialogue concerning female circumcision in the Gambia. Today, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, one can say today we want the truth to be revealed in the Gambia and outside the Gambia. يا ما نريد أن نقول أولاً السادة الكرام السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
What we want to say is that maybe speak upon all of you. I know that we are running out of time, but I believe that it is very important to have the same time given to our guests. Greetings from us to Al-Azhar, and he is quoting a poetry praising Al-Azhar, and I would like to actually congratulate them for the arguments that they have given. In brief, being said concerning the Pharaonic circumcision being conducted, it does not exist in Gambia. This is first of all. So this is actually something that we have to say this. At the Gambia Supreme Islamic Council, we do not have the female genital mutilation or FGM. We have only the female circumcision. Also, there is no text, even like a small text, about the fact that female circumcision is prohibited by religion. The prohibition and the permissibility is something to be decided by God and the Prophet, and would actually ask them to give us the evidence if they are truthful about this. Where's the evidence? We want an evidence from the Sunnah or from the Quran for the prohibition, but there is nothing like that. Also, we believe that this is something that is permissible in the Islamic religion, circumcision for both males and females. But what is the difference? The difference is that it is actually a duty for everyone. It is a duty for males and not a duty for females. It is a sunnah or prophet deeds for both the males and the females, or it is a confirmed sunnah or sunnah mu'akkada for the males, and it is a virtuous deed or makrumah for the females. But as for the rest of what was said, this does not exist. There is no prohibition, there is no warning based on the well-known doctrines in the Islamic world concerning the criminalization and the prohibition of the circumcision.
There is no FGM in the Gambia. This is based on the research that we did. There is no FGM. What is here is female circumcision. Why they say FGM? That is female genital mutilation to deform the practice. That's why they brought it to our country. We don't have that in the Gambia, to the best of my knowledge. Second thing, there is no word from Prophet, from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is saying this kind of action. I mean, female circumcision is haram. There's no. And to say this is haram and this is halal is that is a right of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the only creator and sustainer of the universe, and right of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who was sent to all mankind. So nobody should come and say this is halal, this is haram, without tallying his words with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and what the Prophet said. According to the differences of scholars, they said this action is obligatory upon men and females. This is according to Shafi'i school of thought and Hanbali school of thought, and this is saying of Sahnun, one of the Maliki scholars in Maliki school of thought. That is. The second saying is Sunnah. Sunnah, that is prophetic recommendation for males and females. That is circumcision. It's recommended for male and female by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And that is the second saying. The third saying is, according to Maliki school of thought, that circumcision is sunnah. Sunnah, strong sunnah for males, and for females is an honor. Say, honorable thing for males, for females. So according to what they brought according to the verses of the Quran. Those who are saying it's not in the Quran, let me tell you, when Allah tried Abraham, the words, what are those words? Those words are instruction and done by Abraham alayhi salam. Among that is circumcision. And Allah said, ثُمَّ أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَيْكَ أَنِ اتَّبِعْ مِلَّةَ إِبْرَاهِيمَ حَنِيفًا وَمَا كَانَ مِنَ الْمُشْرِكِينَ. Then we inspired you, O Prophet Muhammad, to follow Abraham in monotheism and avoiding anything that is wrong and it's not good. Hanifa وَمَا كَانَ مِنَ الْمُشْرِكِينَ is not one of the idolaters, that is Abraham. And this ummah also, that is the followers of Prophet Muhammad, we are urged to follow Abraham alayhi salam. So it's part of it. Another hadith that is more authentic to tell you that circumcision is a part of the Islamic religion. That is يقول الفطرة خمس الختان والاستحداد وتقليم الأظافر ونتف الإبط وقص الشوارب. So this hadith is from Bukhari and Muslim, very authentic hadith. Here, the hadith didn't say this is for males and this is for females. It talks generally. So to say this is for only for males, that you need an authentic source to verify that. That's time. So here, يعني ما كنا نقوله أن الاختلاف بين العلماء.
What we were saying is that the disagreement between the different scholars saying about the Sunnah, and this is actually mentioned in the Quran. We have authentic texts talking about the circumcision, saying that God has given His words to Abraham. And this actually is talking about instructions, and in order to do circumcision, and if you are doing circumcision, so this means that the person is showing the private parts, and this is something that can be done only when it is necessary. And the Sunnah is a part of the religion of Abraham, and as God says, then we reveal to you to follow the religion of Abraham, inclining toward truth, and he was not one of those who associate with Allah.
The millah of Ibrahim, that is the natural way of Ibrahim, the righteous path of Ibrahim alayhi salam. So these are the junctures. Those who are saying it's not in the, this hadith is very authentic. No scholar is saying it's not. And among the circumcision, it started from circumcision. 5 things, they are part of the natural things. They first of all, circumcision. Second one, to shave the private parts. I'm sorry to say this, private parts. And also trimming the mustache. And also clipping the nails. And also to plunging from the, the armpits. So all those things are part of the deen. So the hadith that they are talking, that is hadith Atiyya. Hadith Atiyya, as Sheikh Albani said, it has 3 ways. Only the one way is weak. The other 2 ways are authentic. So the hadith is Hasan li ghayrihi. Wal Hasan li ghayrihi yuhtajju bihi fil ahkam al-diniyya. Alayna. The hadith Atiyya that he said to the woman that is circumcising females in Medina, try him, but not cut severely. Try him, but don't cut severely. Because this is better for the girl and more honorable or favorable to the husband. So this is what he said. قال أشمي الإشمام أنتم تعرفون الإشمام أنت الإشمام ما يسمى باللغة المنيكية جانسورو الإشمام أشمي ولا تنحكي فإنه أنظر للوجه وأحب إلى البعل. You say no, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that time don't cut severely, because cutting severely is having these detrimental impacts that we have seen, or effects that they are talking about. That is has medical implications. Yes, if we didn't do as Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, it will have those repercussions, problems, effects, medical hazards that will happen because of what we are doing. And what Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam says is different. So this cannot be pretext to criminalize people who are adopting it. That's why from this member, we are calling our lawmakers to repeal that law, because it's against the majority. It's against the majority. Majority are doing it. And this program, let me tell you, female genital mutilation, is it started by Gambians? No. It came from outside. It's an agenda. They want to bring it to our country that will destroy our stability in this country. We are here, imams are here, all the imams are here, and all these high calibers are here. Nobody sit in his compound or in his town or in his village and say, let us look to female circumcision, the detrimental effects of it. Let us look at it and know what is good and what is good. Nobody did it in the Gambia. We are doing it. People are doing it, and there was intermarriage, harmonious atmosphere between those who are doing and those who are not doing. There was intermarriage between families, and nobody belittled other people. So let's stop this and continue on what our forefathers are. Before the independence, Islam has a say in the Gambia. 15 before, as some scholars said, 5 centuries before the advent of Portuguese to the Gambia. And there people are in a harmonious atmosphere. Intermarriage between those who are adopting it and those who are not adopting it. We didn't belittle any other. So what we can say here that this is a sunnah of Prophet. Leave people who want to do it is left to him. Who didn't want to do it, leave it is left to them. According to Hanbali school of thought, that is a sunnah, but that shouldn't be shown. You cannot leave it or reject it. I don't want to talk about medical effects that maybe in discussions that will come. That this paper is the female circumcision between Islamic values and medical. How can we avoid it? If they want to help us, let us help our women folk and inaugurate hospitals train our doctors to do it under the doctors, because the detrimental things that they are saying, in males also, it happened. Yes. So why you cannot say, and now let me tell you, this is an agenda. Let me tell you, in Germany now, there was some societies in Germany, they are prohibiting fathers from taking their kids, I mean boys. They are now campaigning against male circumcision. Yes, yes. It is here. In my research, go and find it, you will see it. They are now propagating, or they are doing propaganda against male circumcision. What is the question? Is it a right of the father to circumcise his child before puberty? So this is very important. So we have to be very careful. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the doctor of doctors. Doctor, I mean medical doctor, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Not only psychological doctor, but doctor of doctor. He found Arabs doing this. And he knew that they are doing, they adopt. He didn't tell them, shun it. Don't do it. Stop it. He didn't say that. But he even he taught the woman how to do it. So that if we follow that, I think we didn't have any problem. If these people, they want to help us, please, please, throw this thing out of it and make us free. We have our freedom in our country. To adopt it, yes, to adopt it under the doctors, very erudite doctors we have here, and our mothers are more eligible to do this than even doctors in the hospital. I'm sorry, I'm not believing their effort. خلاص أنا أترك خلاص أنا ألخص ما كنا نقوله هو أن غامبيا بخير هذه الدولة
الحميدة. So I wanted to say that Gambia is fine, and some families do this circumcision and other families prefer not to do it. There is freedom to choose, either do it or no do it, and there is no dispute caused between us because of that. Some men marry circumcised women, others do marry uncircumcised women. No one says, why did you accept that, or why did you do that? People choose whatever they want to do. We are a free country, and people choose what they want to do. So let's train our physicians on this process so that there would be no complications. Otherwise, we will have a problem. Prophet Muhammad is considered to be a physician. Prophet Muhammad is the physician of all physicians. So from the medical perspective, he was talking about this. And Imam Ibn al-Qayyim said that the Prophet found people do circumcision and he did not refuse it. And there is when the two circumcised meet. So this is what is mentioned. So then the ghusl or the bathing is a must. So this is a hadith, and Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, explained this. So I think that it is better to follow this rather than keep discussing this. If the West and other countries want to assist them, then they should assist us from a medical perspective, from a physical perspective, and not try to prevent us from doing these things that we have done for centuries. The medical harms in female circumcision is the same for male circumcision, and we do not prohibit male circumcision. I have only one thing to say in Ghanaian language, Gambian. I will try to summarize everything that I mentioned in Gambian.
Atija. We koy fereng nga koy ndi ñoma. Même jang wala FC wala female circumcision. Musoli katale keli kata. Madhabo le walita bari moti je Qur'ano akono. Wala hadiso kono fentije ben saytandi ko ala ko haram tal wala kila ka haram. Même bi je kila ya tarale ay moli tuy kake bara ay muso ya mari pura yake. Même ma hadiso lo hadiso sila sabale soto. Sila do wala mfuta. Bari sila fuloli wali bambantale. Lonna me ka fay albani alani ni ga hadisa wa disna bulolo ka ko yin kiti kar le bijo wala bije. Ako hadiso nyin nata sila sabale la. Silo me yamaro bije muso yanko ni ba kuntu lay sido mandim bondije kana be kuntu alinga bulawo non isido mandim bondije kana be kuntu wala ma siekatu I kawnyo le bondi muso tabal ibe mu dada nya kilindet ni tada docteur Sabri Kabani mala fina du kono na dol binala inshallah tumando التعليق ياتي ان شاء الله عندي ناحيه طبيه ان شاء الله لكن لا اريد ان اسبق.
Thank you. I have, of course, the medical part to cover, but I did not have enough time to cover it, of course. You took my right. We need to intervene. We need to intervene. We hope that these sessions would cover all points. We are partners to taking from your time, so we want to be part of it, please. Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation and your generous, useful intervention. The opinion and the other opinion.
wax na ko ci gisinam moom itam mooy ne li ñuy tuddee female circumcision bi nga xam ne moom la ñi nekk Égypte di wax boobu bu Firawni la boobu moom d'accord na ne baaxul waaye boobu nag mu ne bokkut ak ñun bi ñuy def fii ci Gambia wax na ne itam amul benn texte boo xam ne moo xam alquran la wala sunna boo xam ne dafa xaraamal FGM wala FC ak loo ko mënti tuddee maanaam xarafal ab jigéen daal kenn mënta indi benn texte boo xam ne daf koy xaraamal waaw li xew kay mooy am na texte yoo xam ne wax nañ ci loolu suma wax la am na texte yoo xam ne wax nañ ci yoo xam ne fahmu la nit ñi mën nañ ci uute ci fahmu am texte yoo xam ne dafa ñëw mubasharatan tudd mbir mi because ci lugal arabiya tam il faut ñu xam ne dafa am nas ak zahir ak muhtamal nusuus yi noonu lañ ko noonu moo xaajaloo ci xitaab dafa am xitaabu nas boo xam ne kenn waru cee teg kàddu suñ ko waxee rek ñëpp ne waaw am boo xam ne xitaab la zahir la yow nga ñëw déggee ko nii kii déggee ko nii soo yeneen nusuus yi nga xam ne dafa ñëw ci hadis ci moom ni mu gisee mu ne ci hadis bi nga xam ne mooy tudd Ummu Atiya mu ne am na ci yoon yoo xam ne wir nañ am na ci yoon woo xam ne waxa ngi ci moom nag ci xam-xamu hadis mooy su fekkee ne ay wax dafa rot te bare te wax yépp am wax mu ne suñ boolantooxee daf koy éegal mu nekk xasanun li daatihi mooy l'islam daf mën nañ ko jëfandikoo daal maanaam problème mu l'islam yëpp problème xilaafaat yëpp li ci ëpp 90% mu ngi ñëwee ci riwaayaat loolu moom xaqiiqa la boo xam ne ku jàng xam na ko riwaayaat mooy problème yi ñaareel bi tekki itam fahmu ni nit ki déggee riwaaya bi for exemple lii suma wax la soo ñëwee ci riwaayatu Ummu Atiya kalimatu ashummi wala tunhi kii boobu ku nekk ak ni nga ko déggee maanaam oy leen te bu leen luqati oy leen bu leen xóotal su wéree ne hadis bi wér na kan mooy ñemeetee waxat ne lii dafa xaraam oy leen waaye ku nekk itam sañ na ne seet ndax li yonent bi wax ne oy leen te bu leen xóotal ndax loolu la ñuy def ndax nahnu fi'lan namtathilu tawjihati alhabibi fi lxitaani oy leen te bu leen xóotal.
So in circumcision we follow into the footsteps of Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him.
yajibu an nu'addila loolu moom laazim la kon ci mudaaxalaatam wax na ne Gambia li ñuy tuddee FGM amu fi maanaam mutilation amul li fi am daal mooy circumcision moom ra'yu boobu moom la am wax na ne itam alquranul karim bi ñuy wax naan waxut ci mbiru xitaanu mara wax na ci boobu itam fahmu la ndax aaya bi li mu wax ne topp leen millatu Ibrahima yàlla daf ñu digal yonent bi sax nañ ne topp millatu Ibrahima xanifan su fekkee ne nag dafa bokkoon ci millatu Ibrahima xitaan ndax xitaanu rijaal wala xitaanu nisa allahu alam booba it waxam fa suñ demee ba xitaanu nisa am ci su boobaa yajibu an nutabiqahu bi xadaafiri waaye yooyu yëpp nag wax yu ubbeeku la pour wane rek ne mbiru xam-xam yi kenn moomu ko nit ñi dañuy jàng di joxe seen xalaat su ko defee rek nga jël li nga am nga teg ko ci taabal ji ñu bokk ko discours ko ci xel wax na ne itam li nga xam ne nag wir na mooy hadisu fitra mu ne bokk na ci xitaan te xitaan boobu taxsiisaluñ ko zukur daf ne rek xitaan rek la wax kon bu boobaa jigéen mun naa dugg loolu itam xitaab su fekkee noonu la rotee amul benn sikk ne dañ ko taamim amul benn sikk ne kenn sañu cee génnee dara loolu itam ak xaqiqa elmiya la mu waxaat beneen wax ne mbir mi coow lii daal moom lim gis agenda la maanaam ñi koy def daal am na lu ne ci suuf luñ bugg a def waaye nañ ñu baxee ñun liñ doon def dara nekku ci lu baax la soo ñuy dimbale nañ ñu dimbale ci leneen te bàyyi leneen li nga xam ne ñun ñu ngi koy jëfandikoo te mbaax ci ñun loolu ci gàttal mooy kalimato docteur Abdul Qadir docteur ñu ngi lay sant ci sa kàddu bi nga xam ne joxe nga ko ni may def nag mooy damay continuer képp koo xam ne man indahu mudaaxala fi ay kalimatin xususan ixwati fi jumhuriya Masr al Arabia kullu man lahu mudaaxala.
We are waiting for the interventions from the scholars in the Arab Republic of Egypt. We open the floor for discussion. Thank you, Dr. Abdel Khaliq, for this speech about female circumcision and the hadith. All these are well known and a lot of scholars responded to it. I would like to ask Dr. Abdel Qadir. I have a question to Dr. Abdel Qadir. Dr. Abdel Qadir, can you hear me? Yes, we can. Okay. We have a question to Dr. Abdel Qadir regarding what he said regarding the hadith. I wanted him to talk about one of the crimes that the jurists talked about in the chapter of crimes, and it is the crimes against the body or a part of the body, that all jurists said that for these crimes there should be a diya, blood money. And this applies to all the body organs. They said that there is full diya, blood money on it, and any crime against it should be punished and penalized. So I'm astonished. How do you look at the margins and leave the essence of the issue, which is the sanctity of the human body and the human life? It's Allah who created this body and make it sacred. So I don't know what is this secret that made scholars consider this to be a battle between what's lawful and what is unlawful, what is Islam and what is atheism. The human body is protected, should be protected, whether we're talking about a man or a woman, and this part of the human body should be protected also. So how do you accept harming this part of the body?
وغير ذلك مما أطلت في ذكره من الكلام المكرر.
I've mentioned a lot of things that were already commented upon by the scholars, like the hadith for Atiyah, for example. If it is related to something the jurists used to accept before, and the science and the interpretation of divine texts shows that this is a harm to the human body, should we still stick to this and say that we are doing so because we stick to our religion and we are trying to make our religion victorious? The sanctity of the human body bans this. Do not harm girls' body, otherwise Allah would punish you for cutting the girls' organs and the girls' bodies. You would be criminalized for this crime that you consider to be part of the religion, and it has nothing to do with religion. By looking at the interest, we found that this is harmful and this is wrong, and this is against human honor. So I wish that you would reconsider your stance. Thank you. Can you hear me, doctor? Yes, I can. Let's stop this discussion and move on to the next paper. And we can leave this until we reach the Q&A session. We'll move on now to Imam Baba Ali. We'll talk about the FGM, the Gambia chapter.
Gambia Supreme Islamic Council ñoom ñoo ko indi medical practitioner la moom itam mu ñëw wax ñu ci wàllu médical naka lañ gisee female circumcision. Alaaji Soare mun ngaa ñëw joxe sa kàddu ci fukki minute fi ne nii nag damay jëfandikoo suma nomboy tànk damay naqari deret damay ñëw nangu dama waaw doole. Alaaji Soare, you welcome. I give you only 10 minutes. Failure to comply, I will forfeit it. I will take it from you. Okay? Thank you very much. You're welcome.
من المخاطب؟
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. مترى لنا المياه لونكو Am I audible? Okay. Hello. Okay. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. We came to a stage where we need to vanish falsehood and live in reality. As I'm introduced, I am Alaji Chernosware. I'm a trained nurse and also a journalist practicing on health and climate activism. I was first introduced to female genital mutilations almost 20 years ago. Then I was in the junior school, 13 years old. Whatever statement I will mention here if I give any false information, God will punish me someday. I am not influenced by wealth. And I am not speaking on behalf of Medical Council, no Nursing Council, no under Gambia Press Union. I'm speaking because Allah gave me the wisdom to learn the two ways. That is, being a nurse first being a student, where I was introduced to health talks from Apia Health. Then I had a chance to pass through various training. We call it female circumcision then. Later, it advanced to female genital mutilations. I was a believer of this is inflicting a harm to a she being, that is a woman. But in the long run, after having 2 or 3 years going through intensive training on FGM, you call it FGMC, female genital mutilations, a point dragged my attention where it is said, how can we influence the imams to join us? Then I said, wow, to influence the imams, why do you need to influence the imam? Then everything said there was like, I couldn't pay more attention, so I was like, this is between my religion and humanity. I'm not driven by any money you will give me. I am not driven by any wealth. To fast forward, I went to an imam in the community I was living, and I asked him with regard to female circumcision. And he told me, a woman came to Aisha and asked, when is ghusl obligatory on me? And she advised her when to circumcise pigs touch each other. Earlier, I had a doctor from the other part saying that is just to complement the statement when two circumcised parts touch each other, then ghusl is performed. The Prophet ﷺ was not ashamed to stop the pagans from worshiping idol. He said it clearly, don't worship idol. He said it clearly, do not drink alcohol because it will affect your health. Why would the Prophet be ashamed to stop an old woman performing female circumcision to a lady or to a girl? I think this is a very big question we need to ask ourselves. To go into the topic proper, I would like to deliver on the myth relating to FGM, we call it female circumcisions, and why I choose to follow this. The Prophet does not speak of his own, no act on his own, but based on revelations, as it is stated in Surah Al-Najm. He advised cutting the tip. Why do we need to cut the tip? And what are the brands used in this? Akatala kono nimba julayala. Ninko mbatiyo wafekan nake boxo kono. Nko alna tiyo sambian katal nafala. Molmina mintala wole kuma kwa mbele jetro. And the whole issue surrounding the female genital mutilations is like a propaganda. It's a brand name. In developing countries, we call it female genital mutilations. In the advanced world, we call it headectomy, or we call it labiatomy, or some will call it labiatomy, or we call it clitotraffic. These are terms just to confuse us. One would ask, what is headectomy? Headectomy is trimming the tip of the clitoris. As in FGM, you have type 1, type 2, type 3, and some will even go by for type 4 and type 5. What are these different types? We have cutting the tip, which is type 1, as explained by Islam, trimming the tip. Type 2, total cutting of the clitoris. And type 3, suturing. Type 4, cutting the clitoris and then sutured. Type 5 will go where you have using a hot substances attached to the female genitalia where she will not be able to access this. I don't want to go to the history of circumcision because it will really defeat my time. Hence, I am limited to share on some areas. MF will tell you, if you undergo FGM, especially type 1, I want any doctor in this world, be it Gambia or outside Gambia, to tell me what are the complications involved in someone who's undergone FGM type 1, especially when practiced by medical personnel. If there is, I'm ready to go to life imprisonment. This is a statement I'm saying. They would tell us that victims of female circumcision will have difficulties during childbirth. Excuse my demonstrations on my hand. This is the female canal, the cervical canal where delivery happens. The clitoris lies on top here. This is how the anatomical structure of the clitoris is shown. the child delivery passes through here. Who will convince me on this wall that when you trim the tip of this will affect the passage of my hand through this? If there's anyone to convince me this is true, I'm ready to walk naked from here to my house. And I'm ready to walk naked anywhere in this world. Cutting the tip of the clitoris, what are the health benefits? When you cut the tip of the clitoris, it prevents it from growing. Clitoris could grow up to 7 centimeters. Some will give you 5 centimeters. Some will give you 3 centimeters. Let's assume it grows 5 centimeters, between 3 and 7. When this grows, it will come in contact with the urethra, passage of urine. Who on this earth wouldn't tell you that urine is corrosive? Let's take an example of ourselves. When you feel the urge of passing urine to ease yourself, you are so much disturbed that there is a pain under your lower abdomen. If this urine that stays in your bladder infects your bladder, what would this urine do when it's having direct contact with the clitoris? Of course, the clitoris will be infected. And when the clitoris is infected, what are the things that you could consider here? Because it's already absorbing microbes. You can call it banks for microbes. You could call it a push for microbes to harbor them. When you store microbes, what happens? It becomes infected. And when the clitoris becomes infected, what is the outcome? That's what they call fistula. There are what you call inflammations because forcing the person to have difficulties to walk. When the clitoris is affected, let's take a clear example. The clitoris is built with foreskins, and these foreskins can prevent on anyone about existing in Nigeria, thereby having influence on your sexual desire. Test means sort of kela karola about top some of what by the fenne be kaleka. Mbal jibe kan bila jero sedan mbulla. But nga fenke nyati lon pour ka jibe na jibe kalela. Mba jero kala brava kalela. So Islam wa afunya mina sako sunno afunya mina wolong trimming the tip la aba access dilele pour ya fenke because the nerve endings are exposed. When the nerves are exposed, it becomes sensitive. And when it's sensitive, you have the real test of it. Then it is beneficial to women. I'm not saying if you don't undergo FGM and testosterone, listen to my word clearly. If you pass through the cutting of the tip, the nerve endings are exposed. And when they are exposed, they become sensitive to stimulus. And when they are when the stimulus is active, your sexual desire is reached. Therefore, ila foka domro ke kono ifa ibo ko jani ndimo taka ate fan la no joni ko jara bata yakono fani febla fla kata ko denke ba. This is where your sexual urges is reduced because you are satisfied from the test you've had. Your test of satisfaction will be destructed because there's something blocking you. Let's go further now. Why we call it FGM in Africa? That's mutilations. When after I have passed through the medical field, I have delivered women, alhamdulillah, more than 50. I participated almost more than 100 indirectly. I have witnessed so many. I have delivered normal delivery, abnormal delivery, delivery in the car. Sometimes I will even deliver someone whom you know I'm not even on duties because I accidentally pop on them somewhere. But nowhere have I seen the cutting of a clitoris, tip of it, has interfered with child delivery. If this is true, please bring your evidence. If this act is accepted in the West, and it is called hodectomy, that is cutting the tip of the clitoris, but it is criminalized in Africa, criminalized in Gambia. Are Gambians different from the West? Are our women different? Do we have different anatomical presentations? No. If labia minora is reduced in the West and is accepted, why would it be criminalized in the Gambia? If FGM, they call it, I call it female circumcision, is wrong, the Prophet ﷺ will not feel shy to say, stop it. We all agree the hadith said, if you have to cut the tip. The Prophet does not speak of his own, no act on his own, but based on revelations. If he has no knowledge on anything, he remains silent until revelation comes. It is evident that the Prophet ﷺ would sit for a long time when Sahabas would ask him for something or when they are onto something. He wouldn't act until revelations comes. And the Sahabas would even distinguish it. Is it a revelation or is your advice? Why would he shy to stop an old woman performing circumcision if this is harmful to the sheeping? I challenge anyone who would come out to give me evidence that, yes, this person has undergone FGM type 1 and is well guided and the person is facing complications. I'm ready to solve any jail terms. This has just become a kind of remedy. To some, it is a business. To some, because they are blindly guided, and to some and others. Wallahi, I was offered multiple times money, cars, and I will travel if I join them. I can never trade my religion. Allah says, if you trade your akhirah for dunya, there's nothing for you in akhirah. Dunya is short time, akhirah is everlasting. If there is anyone to bring evidence that FGM type 1, cutting the clitoris, is harmful to sheeping, please face me. Do not feel shy. Come out. I'm ready to face any punishment on top of this. There is no evidence to show you that cutting the tip of the clitoris is harmful. If it is harmful, why is it permissible in the West and in America, but it is illegal in Gambia here? They will tell you using the equipment. Can't we train our people to use the right equipment? On the procedure that they've been complaining that akakanya minna amansenia ila bagasol mansenia ekalansiro minta lansel kotolong. Can't we train them? Can the Ministry of Health invest on doctors and nurses who are willing? If there's no one, I am willing to do it. Train me and I'm going to conduct it for free for Allah to reward me. I don't need your worldly cash. I don't need your wealth. All I need is Al-Qiyamah to have Jannah. And that's the same thing I wish for you. If I give any misleading information, this will come back after me. My mom is alive. I have my sisters. Someday I will have a wife, and someday I may have a daughter. If I give fake information, it will come back after me. And there's nothing that will want me to trade this.
You don't need, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Alhaji Suare. Fatabarakallahu, thank you for your intervention, very significant. We thank you very much. Ci biir waxam yi pour gàttal rek jarul ñu di ko wax maayik bi waaw bokk na ci lim wax daal du ma mun a wax yëpp comme ni ngeen ko xamee suñuy wax loo xam ne du suma fiil waaye wane ne daal moom ba mu nekkee xaleel ci di jàng la doon dégg mbir yii nii waaye jox na ko yitte am na ci lu man 2 ba 3 at yoo xam ne mu ngi koy jàng di ko gëstu loolu bokk na ci lim fi wax bokk na ci lim wax itam ci liñ mën a record mooy ne yonent bi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam nit la woon koo xam ne du gis lu yàlla bañ mukk mu noppi ci ndax nit ñi daan jaamu xiréem yëpp dafa wax ne stop leen ko lu tax yonent bi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam waxul ne stop leen female circumcision wala female genital mutilation comme ni ko beneen fariq bi di waxee mu ne wax na ne itam nee na female circumcision ay façon la am na nag nu mu ko doon waxee man loolu xaw ma ko defe ne li am na ay façon xaw ma nag li ma ko bëggoon a laaj ndax Gambie ñoom bi ñuy def ci moom gëstoom Gambie ban lañ ciy def ndax mooy bu njëkk bi wala ban la ci waaye ci ni ma déggee waxam daal li ko expérience am gëstoom jox daal mooy li ñuy def ci Gambie moom amul benn lor goo xam ne mu ngi koy def jigéen ba war a tax ñu war koo stop dafa sax tuumaal ñi nga xam ne ñoom ñooy xeex pour taxawal lool ne daal am nañ seen agenda waaye du rek u dëgg moom na dëgg rek moo ko tax a jóg ndax moom fay nañ ko ci sax lu baree bare pour xëy na mu ñàkk a wax dëgg waaye moom yàlla moo ko gënal wax lu dul dëgg ci gàttal daal loolu laa bugg a te nag challenge na nee na képp koo xam ne ci àddina bi yëpp nag koo xam ne docteur nga challenge na la pour nga jox ko benn lor goo xam ne moom la ñun li ñuy practice di def loolu woo beneen docteur bi nga xam ne ngeen xalaatam lay wax léegi nag ñu woo docteur Dafe moom itam mu joxe opinion am ci female circumcision. Doctor Dafe, you welcome.
It will just take 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Doctor, Kai. No, doctor, 5 minutes. No, doctor.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Doctor, it's very important.
Would you please هل يمكنكم أن تجلسوا.
Please be seated. Please be seated. Kindly, brothers, be seated. Let me say again. Let me say again. And this is speaking in Gambian.
Hello. Hey. Ya doctor, ijlisu arjukum.
Please be seated.
Arjukum damay dama leen di ñaan. Hello. Dama bëgg ñun ñëpp ñu ànd ak suñu sago.
The moderator is speaking in Gambian language.
Kenn mënta fardu kenn nit lenn, maanaam kenn mënta impose kenn lenn, rawatina su fekkee borom xam-xam nga yow xel ngay ànd ak tëralin. waaye it damay ñaanit ñu respectante, nañ leen respectante. man mii ngay gis maag yéen ay zuma laa ulay lii nit ñi wax ni manoon naa taxaw fii di ko wax, maa ngi am suma ra'yu, maa ngi ko denc, waaye man maay raisul jalsa. At least ñu jox ma tuuti respect. koo xam ne da ngay appeal nga defee ko gently, nit dafay civilize, nga def ko gently, ma tontu la gently, ndax ñun kenn ñëwut fi pour impose kenn lenn. ñaareel bi teg ci it mbir mi du mbiram tazkiyatu nafs pour ne xalaat sàngam bi ma amee moo wér moo baax, ku ko defut baaxoo, yéefar nga, kufur nga, loolu du diine. nga wax sa morom it loolu du diine. fi ne ñun fi ardil afkaari wa ardil adillati, naanu fi ardil afkaari wa ardil adilla.
So those who denies the ideas and the evidence, the UN Population Fund. I'm sorry, but he has switched again to Gambian language.
ñi wax ñëpp xanaa yéen nekku leen qaadi da ngay toog ci sa jotaay, plaintiff ñëw wax, defendant ñëw wax, lawyer plaintiff wax, nga déglu lawyer defendant, ñu xam fan la dëgg ne. xanaa dafa am lu ñuy nëbb. Are we hiding anything? So non déglul, su boobaa lu nekk dañ koy def gently. suñ ne waaye kii de gisuñ ko ci nangam bi, am na ñeneen ñu fi ne te gisuñ leen ci mbir mi, because mbir mi dafa jàmp ci ni nga xam ne noonu lañ ko organiser. So su fekkee dëgg-dëgg dëgg lañ bugg a àgg, su fekkee beneen docteur wax na, docteur waxoon na, beneen docteur wax na, let's say ne tey wax na lu dëgg, yéen dëgg nga, nit ñi dëgg la ñuy ut. su waxoon lu daane lale mu wóor leen ne daf ko da ngeen koy jël, su waxee lu ko daane ngeen jël ko. soo léegi lu muy yokk lu muy wàññi. dama bëgg ñu ànd ak teey ak dal ci lu nekk. soo li may ñaanaat imaam loo bëgg a ñu ne nekkut ci mbir mi waaw xam nga bi may wax nit a ñëw ne ma nañ woo docteur diw sàngam te loolu mu ngi jógee ci idaara bi la jógee ne nañ woo docteur sàngam bon léegi fi ñu toll nii xam nga li des ci julli barewut léegi man maa ngi ñaan ñu nangu leen na moom mi mu def mu daaxala léegi nii ñu close dem julli suñ jullee ba ñëw ñu continuer ku dégg dara ci lim wax itam te d'accorduloo ci incha allah suñ ñëwee flow bi dafay ubbeeku kenn ku ci lim ci war a wax mu wax ko maa ngi ñaan teraanga boobu defe naa may ngeen ma loolu
يا أخ عثمان يا أخ عثمان
Excuse me, Mr. Osman. If you'd allow my intervention before the next speaker, because apparently there is a number of information that was already said. There is some information that was said and it is far away from truth and it is not based on a valid scientific evidence. Doctor, please stop while we are going to listen to this word, and then we are going to go to the prayers. We are going to close this session at 5:15 Cairo time, because today we are going to see the moon for Ramadan. So we cannot sit here after this time, and we cannot listen to wrong misinformation that's being repeated since the beginning of the session. This is not logical and this is not accepted. So, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
ابعت لهم مسج.
هم بيكرروا كلام
مش عايزين يسمعوا الرد. يا أخي حسام، يا سيد حسين.
Excuse me, Dr. Hussein. Mr. Osman, excuses. Excuses, Dr. Osman. May peace be upon you.
لا
يا سيد عثمان، يا سيد عثمان اسمح لي، يا سيد عثمان، يا سيد عثمان اسمح لي، لا نستطيع
Mr. Osman, excuse me, we cannot be just sitting here listening to misinformation and we cannot reply back. Yes, we are going to give you the chance to reply back because we wanted to compare between what was said and then you are going to intervene. And
إذا قيلت معلومة غير صحيحة فلا بد أن يرد عليها بالدليل.
طبعا فلك ذلك لكن تمهلنا حتى ينهي كلمته هذه وتتداخل.
ولدينا صلاة المغرب هنا ولا بد أن ننهي هذا الاجتماع في تمام الساعة 5:15 بتوقيت القاهرة.
نعم، مشكلة ولا مشكلة؟ شكرا. لا أنتم ستنضمون إلينا لبقية البرنامج إن شاء الله، بقية الأوراق. لابد تلقون بقية الأوراق.
Mohon stand bi mooy dem direct online.
ni jibe la natambo kene wala na mboza kacha ndole research ni kane
do ya fa ja ko research ba ne research ke musol ka mabe da men do kata yi ko le nyininka ye jibe problème o be nyaadi den yene la conclusion o de mala o research ke ta nyaadi bar ñun mu fennati nke jela lolu amam ko kunun ko fa moyen kol akonya docteur ma ko en kay mbe sokon akonya ye ndiya kella bara mandu non kay ndere sokon fo na samu wal nat asken o tata ngan simba ataban ntol fo la staffol kono mele alon ko iki murnde ngan simba ya muna ne ka murje nanta do man ndindor nako kuntu e manyana murlaje oto lan sukiro wala na ni na rajibe muna ka sukiro sabu jurubol tanyul bule ka karlo ke men dindu la fulo kuntuta nabe nakila nyola abe kendela aka naro la aka doyale o doyanye wala sabu ka murunde je aka naro la wala na dawn ka doyale malla fa ka diamo siandi nse diamo no nyen kola janga membeji fotilo e boy bare mol malla fa ka molata bar ko mem kam mem pumol salon ko nyanta korosite ka la natambo be jelde wallahi la natambo be jelde
speaking in a Gambian language
dinoti de bar la natambo be jelde na Gambia bikon tol bugaje tumo ete muso men futu maybe se wala gen bar mel kana lopta non tol keje lolu tol la sokuma fono je ngambe pour ça lo nyam that's why benefit wala nan ko en ko be diam la je imam salwato be tambilanal bikon ninga presentation o kaleja tumo do be gina la salwato la because ni alabadun la musola al halo jibe structure lebe je melan ko structure abe na fala bal ndela docteur ya do ko yen karande men ite fen kuntla mo bala nanta man sasa so comme docteur ya londo anyanta mari sasa la so la me aba man toral de na kun comme docteur ya londo comme do de mer sa comme si sono dalil la bala fen na katara la fura e dumala ni mo bo je fon ka muso torale wala ne ka kuntu ba ni na do fon jibe aka kenya men fon ni ndara mel sa comme si sono amam be atok aka dasale anyanta senela nyama abga senela o nyama o mel sa comme si sono men fon kafo ni na docteur ya londo anyanta senela nyame ni tata nyul wulo kon abga senela men katara ko fura fenna katara je aka koy amam be da muso fon so nyine beje but comme ka même fone of clitoris me ka fote e ka même bonde batulain galan wala ka sa muso kala akasina al hekatu nakmol nin kunturol lande tambita fa futa tom tumodo be muso ka jala kunun ko ustaz wal hekatu ustaz wala ko la muso akingana muso ko nyako mbe futura din ko la tama bari muka sinanno ngake ma ko nkai ko ngake ngana ka dan kai ko yes nkai ko control la na tambo tambita je nkai ngina fa ka ni dia su ka dim balla na tambo tambita je baren se fono comme ko close ke ni wa fa ja ko fistula men ka fistula sabu ntele melo be onte fistula karana Tanzania mbora janga 2016 tara karana Tanzania men ka fistula cost din tingo meter munane ko sa comme mutilation o nala na tambita aka kola ya musulma because nis ka ketaje ni di no be fent la nyanta kay stretch aka sabale so wala baka feton ka keje wala ka sab ban se en fanan faale ka sedata ko nga simba ya musola yuro tira kuntu abonna basele in 2011 me banjun do ko suto la fa fatata sumna be bonna dron jala muto bonna nga nyini ka ko en sama nga simbale because ako muneketa ako soketo ben ka bare ko e ka borol di antibiotics barate ya kunto risala ay fistula dial wala sumuna nyi buka control ndo kote onata operating wala nan kam mo wala be bawud no way type 1 ko la foy ntolo buka type 1 buka keja ntela gero e kallan na tambo kere e katlan na tambo kere ha FGM has 4 types. Let me tell you the classification. Type 1 is when you cut the clitoris, you cut the part of the prepuce. According to the WHO classification, you cut the half of the clitoris and then the prepuce. That is type 1. Type 2, when you cut the whole of the prepuce, prepuce. That's type 2, the whole of the prepuce. The type 3 is when you scrape, you cut all together labia major, minor, and then you leave a 2 hole, one up, one down, that allow the urinary flow up and allow the menstrual flow. That amount to cover infibulation. Infibulation. And that one you de-infibulate, because that one you cannot penetrate if you marry. The type 4 is unclassified type of FGM. That whether you pierce it, you scrape it, or you stitch it together, that is type. Even introducing tobacco, corrosive substance, is considered as type 4. It's considered as type 4. So these are the 4 types. Gambia, we as Muslims supposed to do type 1. But what I'm seeing here in my clinical practice is now beyond type 1. That's what the experience I'm telling you now. For us to understand that they overdo what they are doing. Please.
أنا أخرج بنتيجة من كلام الدكتورين دول كلاهما غامبيان أو كلاهما غامبيين.
Based on what was said by the 2 Gambian speakers, can you hear me? I believe that there are damages that cannot be denied based on this practice. This means that it is very important to make a real research in order to know whether the circumcisers are doing the circumcision as being instructed by Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, or not. Other than that, circumcision is not allowed because, as according to Umatiyah hadith, which is that when you do circumcise, restrict yourself to cut a minute part of the So, over the past, she was circumcised, and her daughter was also circumcised, and she lives outside Gambia. And when she got married and the husband wanted to have intercourse with her, they found that the vagina is blocked and obstructed totally. So maybe it is about how the stitches were made. So I believe that this should be reconsidered and reform this procedure. So it is all about how the procedure is being applied and implemented, and we have to refer this to specialists. This is the point that we needed to focus on. One minute, please, 1 minute, because after this session we are going to go for noon prayer and lunch. So let us give a chance to Dr. Jammeh to comment, because it's time for noon prayer in Gambia and the Maghrib prayer in Cairo. Thanks a lot for your interventions, and I would like to answer some of the points raised. It was said that if we do the circumcision for females in a simple manner, including, for example, type 1, so there will not imply any risks. But this is not correct and not valid from the medical perspective. It was proven that this would imply risks and harms as well. Yes, it does not include complications during the delivery and the labor, but it has also complications during the procedure, as this would imply hemorrhage that sometimes may lead death, and it may also result in inflammations, and it will also drive the female when she gets married from orgasm, because the clitoris is actually the point of feeling this orgasm. So this would actually result in many problems for her. Also, as a result of this procedure, some sacs may be or cyst, dermoid cyst would be actually be formed as a result of this operation or procedure, and this would also be accompanied by complications based on scientific research and not personal views or the views from a person or another, as was said and mentioned by the speaker before the last, saying that they didn't see any complications. This is not correct, and here we are talking as scholars and scientists, so all what we are saying should be based on scientific evidence that are valid and made by reliable sources. And so when we talk about conducting research and studies, sir, many studies were conducted including 6 African countries, and they were all published by the World Health Organization in 2004. And we have more than 654 studies, and they have all identified the complications mentioned by Dr. Shukri Abdelazim. So do not come today and say that I have heard that a woman was circumcised and she didn't have any complications. This is not science. We are actually here at a scientific meeting, and we have to abide by science. We have the science-based medicine. The science-based medicine has its own rules, and it has its own pillars, and we should not be listening to personal views. So please depend on this information and not say we are going to conduct studies or maybe we are going to train doctors, etc., because it was proven that all this is not valid. And as I have mentioned before, the Arab Republic of Egypt used to allow the practice of this procedure, but this has led to deaths. Many cases of deaths in addition to other complications. Therefore, the Egyptian law criminalized this procedure, and it did not only criminalize this procedure, but it has also criminalized and hold punishable and accountable everyone who participates in this procedure, as well as the institution where this procedure is taking place. And now, in 2024, you want to say that we are going to conduct studies and we are going to abide by a certain type of circumcision. Oh, this is, of course, not accepted at all in different scientific fora. And we are all here in, excuse me, I want to finish my word. Excuse me, we may not talk about this topic in this manner in a scientific round table that has scholars from Gambia and from Egypt. Dear brother, Dr. Hamid Abu Talib wants also to give an intervention.
su fekkee am na fu lor di am nañ jàng lu ko waral li ko waral ñu faj ko loolu la soo su boobaa moom li mu wax mu ne ñoom dañoo def dirasaat ci anam bu ne àddina bi yëpp bokk ko am na sax juróom benn réewi Afrique yi ci bokk ta natiija biñ génnee mooy nawul awal bii ñu wax nii dafa am ay lor te loolu moo tax ñoom ñu tere ko fu nekk ne daal kenn waru koo def loolu mooy mu daaxale ne ku wax ne lor amu ci loolu teguwut ci kaw yoon daal soo mbir loolu daal mooy seen giseen léegi nag maa ngi leen di ñaan ñun ñëpp ñu insiraaf pour ñu joxe naka julli tusbaar ba pare añ del si pour ñu mottali jotaay bi ñu ngi leen di jéggalu bu baax a baax wasalaamu aleykum wa shukran lakum ala husni listima nashkuru lil ixwa fi al jamiat al azhar.
I would like to thank our brothers from Azhar University. We haven't finished yet. Excuse me, give us our right to speak. This is inappropriate. I'm so sorry, I thought that you were done. Dr. Gamal was done, but I am Dr. Hamid Abu Talib, and I want also to intervene. Excuse me, we do not have enough time. We need to finish by 4:45 to pray Maghrib prayers and say. I'm so sorry, but the people have already left and they went to prayer, and we are going to get back after lunch. We apologize, but we do not have time because we are going to leave, because tonight we are going to see the moon for Ramadan, and we are actually participating in this event. Tell me if you see the moon in Egypt.
كيف نخبرك؟ نحن نريد أن نتحدث، هل نتحدث أم نصمت؟ مشوا مع السلامة.
Allah, peace and blessing be upon Prophet Muhammad, his family and his companions and followers. Bon appetit. I wish you enjoyed your lunch and came back full, and may God bless the food we have. And now we will continue with this session to finish the remaining papers and discussions. As you know, Imam Babali would give his speech. He will talk about Islam protects human body.
And mutilation. مجموعة من الدكاترة من جمهورية مصر العربية
الأخ الكريم
سيتناولون هذه الورقة.
He will cover this paper. Dr. Ibrahim Al-Hudhud, Professor Dr. Hamid Abu Talib, Professor Dr. Abdallah Al-Naggar. And then we'll open the floor for general discussions. At the end of the speeches,
by Professor Dr.
فضيلة الدكتور عثمان المتحدث.
Dr. Osman, Dr. Osman, Dr. Osman.
يا أخي الكريم.
دكتور عثمان.
إن شاء الله تعالى pour ñu continuer.
هل تسمعنا فضيلتك؟
naka liggéey bi ñu ngi woo سماحة الإمام دكتور بابالي ليتولى ليلقي كلمته. نعم.
دكتور عثمان.
دكتور عثمان. دكتور عثمان.
أعوذ بالله العلي القدير ثم الصلاة والسلام على مبعوث رحمة
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه. Brothers and sisters, peace be upon you. After we listened to different papers and different views and opinions, from people whom we consider as experienced in religion, we all know that one of the rules of Islamic Sharia is that prevention of harm is more important than bringing good.
It's prioritized than gains. Because the moment you are protected, your health is protected, your peace is protected, you are benefiting. That's why Islamic jurisprudence made it very clear that before we struggle for benefits, let us struggle for protection. And no doubt we have been listening since in the morning from different ulamas, authorities in their own right, but still we cannot come together on one belief, simply because the nature of Islam itself is like that. We all know the Islamic jurisprudence. There are a lot of hearsay, qala wa qila, especially this point. Some call it female genital mutilation. Some call it male circumcision. Some call it male cutting, whatever it is named. I'm among those who are really and strongly, for that matter, against it. I don't blame those who support it. I have no problem with them. It's their own right to support it. It is my own right simply because my length of experience with doctors, my length of experience within my tribal level. Everybody knows I'm a Halpular, I'm a Fulani, and we practice it. It's our culture. But I personally, I suffered a lot. I hope the MPs are here. Or they left. I suffered a lot. I see many people suffering. That's one of the reasons why I cannot agree with some of our scholars who are saying that there is no genital mutilation in the Gambia. I said no. And big no for that matter. All kind of circumcisions, the 5 levels of circumcision is in our country, is in our midst. And there are victims of it. I can name them. Hadn't been for moral reasons. I can name them, but I will not do so because of their numbers. And we have in our midst some of our medical doctors who has evidence-based documentation with them. And we work with them, and still they are working for it. So I will not keep you long. I strongly believe after lunch, many of us get lazy and start thinking home. So to close my speech here is, I urge all Gambians, especially we the religious leaders, let us be more patient and tolerant to each other, because we are all belong to the Gambia, and Gambia is bigger than all of us. As our moderator said, the country belongs to all of us, the deen belongs to all of us. Nobody owns it in his own. And when we talk, please let it not be hate speeches or trying to castigate one of us. If any one of us is castigated, it pains all of us. It pains all of us. For me, over the years, I'm able to build a very, very strong dragon skin that whatever people tell me, I said, fine. Because I know who I am. I want to be a good man, and I'm a good man. I want to be a honest person, and I'm a honest person. People accuse me being bribed, being so many things. Fine. But nobody will ever, never come with evidence. Everybody knows, since my age of 18, I started working very hard. And I had never occupied a small post, never. So really, I appreciate all of you, and I appeal all of us to make sure we protect the peace and our female folks, our women. Our women are the basics of our society. Sometimes scholars try to measure how much you should cut. They said just lightly. But what is light on somebody's skin, somebody's organ? What is light? Somebody's organ. To conclude, there are a lot of suggestions, especially one of Dr. Omar Jah. He suggested that since it is not Sunnah, as Sunnah should be self-choice. Nobody should choose for you the Sunnah you should do. You choose it for yourself. And that can only happen during maturity. If our women folks are given the right to mature and then choose, we have no problem with that. But a newly born baby being caught, and doctors brought a lot of evidence that it is happening in our society, in our communities. So I just want to thank the organizers and all participants and say thank you for the President, Alhaji Adama Barrow, because hadn't been his good democracy and freedom of speech, there are many giants, heroes today up here, they were not. And when the law was passed, it was not his time. But we were all here and keep quiet. Nobody talked. Because at that time, the kind of iron hand that was ruling us, he's not listening to hear that you oppose. But if he just suspect that you are at the other side, you will find yourself where you don't want. But through our efforts, prayers, and the mercy of the Almighty, we find ourselves today that we can make our sermons the way we want it, attack anybody he want to want. At times, my friend Alhaji Abdullah Barra said, "Badankala anala mulu." Please don't stop dankering me. Keep dankering me. Your danker is a dua to me. Wallahi al-azim. As far as I'm concerned, I danker nobody. And I love him. I love him. I want him to achieve everything in life. And I thank Imam Usman Jah, Imam Ibrahim Jeju. These are the people I knew over 40, 50 years ago. And I thank everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Imam Babali, for your valuable intervention and your contribution. I don't know whether our brothers from Al-Azhar are still listening to us. This was the intervention of Imam Babali. Yes, we from Al-Azhar can hear you. So we can summarize what he said by saying that he strongly supports those who are against FGM. And he says that the reason for this is that he has suffered because of FGM and he has seen women and victims of FGM. And he mentioned also that there are some physicians who are here with us who said that there are harms caused by FGM. And then he invited us all to protect our girls and women and not to violate their rights. And then he adopted the recommendation of Dr. Omar by saying that since this is a sunnah, then we need to leave it to the girl's choice upon maturity, so that it would be her choice. This is the summary of what Imam Babali mentioned. He's speaking now in Gambian.
bu dëgër di ànd ak ñi nga xam ne dañoo wax ne daal female circumcision dañ ko war a stop mu ne li tax mu wax ko it moom daf ko teg daal ci daf ko sofa gis itam ñu ko sofa waaw ci ay soxna te itam docteur yi fi nekk ànd ak ñun itam am na luñ saxal ne lora ngi ci muy woo nag mboolem ñi fi teew ne nañ jéem a sàmm suñ doom yu jigéen yi ñu sàmmal leen seen right seen xaq ak bañ leen a lor bi muy jeexal nag mu ne mu ngi adopt recommendation bi nga xam ne docteur Omar Dia defoon na ko fi ne waaw mbir mi day nangu nañ ne sunna la sunna taqriri la su boobaa kiñ koy def muy jigéen moom it waruñ ko def ci xaleel te moom xamul dara nañ ko bàyyi ba mu xelu moom su tànnee ne dafay def sunna bi mu def ko su tànnee ne moom du ko def mu ñàkk koo def loolu mooy kalimatu imam Babali walaan ixwati
Now, my brothers, we are going to start the discussion, but I would like to suggest, before getting into the discussion, to give the floor to our brothers from Egypt, if they are still there, Dr. Ibrahim Al-Hudhud, and Dr. Hamid Abu Talib, and Dr. Abdullah Al-Najjar, to address this issue concerning the protection of Islam to the human body from injury and mutilation. So in other words, that Islam is protecting the human body from any kind of injury, harm or deformation.
بسم الله
هم يقولون إنسان لا هم لا
It says the human body. This is the title of the topic. Islam protects human body, and it didn't say Islam protects female body.
يعني Islam يحافظ أو يصون جسم الإنسان من الجرح أو من التشويه.
So we are talking here about the protection of the human body against any injury. I believe that this is the next topic that will be discussed by a number of professors. Dr. Ibrahim, if they are still there with us, we can give them the floor to start their intervention. In the name of Allah.
daal dañ ko war a sange ba nga xam ne doo ci sañ a gaañ dara wala nga tashwi ko mooy nga soppi ci dara daal l'islam loolu la wax jëmmi doomu aadama loolu nag dafa généralise loolu moo xam male la wala female waaw soo léegi nag ñi war a waxtaanee lii ñett lañ ñu ngi misra xaw ma nag ñu ngi may déglu wala dégluwuñ ma hal dakatira maana
Do you still have the professors with us? Yes. Yes, we are with you.
Director.
I think
our presenters from Al-Azhar are not available as of now.
نعم معكم نعم معكم
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin.
We are here with you. Should we start? May peace be upon all of you. We are here. Can you hear us? In the name of Allah, we are here once again, and we are going to respond briefly on the opinions raised during this session, starting with the fact that having disagreements does not spoil the main cause. So you have talked about FGM. From the medical perspective, There is nothing that is called FGM in all the Islamic countries, but this exists in some countries related to the African belt. And this is actually a habit or a practice that has nothing to do with the Sunnah. We have also said that the serious health complications based on female genital mutilation causes the deformation in the reproductive system of the females. And there is no health benefit from FGM, and we have mentioned this in the lecture, and you have the lecture including the health, psychological and social harmful impacts of FGM. The professors of Al-Azhar from different Islamic faculties in Al-Azhar have indicated the religious opinion concerning FGM. It is our duty to identify the risks that the women can face based on FGM, and this is actually a flagrant violation against the human rights, and there is no medical benefit whatsoever from the FGM. As from the religious perspective, Ustaz Hussein Haroun is going to comment on this. In the name of Allah, may peace be upon His Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him. Dear brothers, may peace be upon all of you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. We have actually listened to your opinion since early morning concerning FGM or female circumcision, and you have provided evidence including Atiyya hadith, and as a matter of fact, this hadith indicates that circumcision is not permitted because the Prophet says that this is more pleasant for the wife and more satisfying for the husband. Also, you have mentioned a number of hadiths that were already responded by the scholars and professors in detail. FGM or female circumcision has been mentioned in Imam Qurtubi on the authority of Tabari concerning the verse of the Quran where Allah Almighty says, and I will order them so that they are going to change the God's creation. And you will find that there is actually a response to this point. In addition, there are many hadiths on this issue. Therefore, female circumcision is not a kind of worship, and it is neither a sunnah. It's not even a recommended act or deed. And if Shafi'i say that it is recommended, but actually scholars in our era has actually proven the harm of FGM, and this is definitely proven because this includes a lot of harms for the females. In the Islamic Sharia, we would actually consider the medical opinion as a Sharia opinion. So if, for example, the doctor says that you cannot fast during Ramadan, so would be able to fast during Ramadan? Of course not. So we have to listen to the physicians' opinions because they have established and proven the harms of the FGM, and Prophet Muhammad said that neither harm nor reciprocal harm. Thank you. In the end, we would like to thank you all for this very important roundtable discussion for both parties, you and us, and we are going to give you an opportunity to write your recommendations on FGM. So please make your recommendations on FGM because we do not have enough time to stay late tonight. So please write your recommendations. Thank you, and peace be upon all of you. Thank you. It was my pleasure to be here with you. Thank you. Have you seen the moon? Have you seen the moon for Ramadan? No, not yet. We are still waiting. We are still waiting to know. Please let me know if you see. Please try not to see it tonight. Thank you, and wish you all a very blessed Ramadan. Thanks a lot. Thank you for all the professors. May peace be upon all of you. Thank you for this brief intervention. They just wanted to say this point of view that was already presented in the morning. So, what we have heard from them is that scholars or some scientists believe that female circumcision is not sunnah, and it is not useful at all from the health perspective. It implies harms. And as for Atiyah hadith that is being taken as an evidence, is actually an evidence on the fact that circumcision should not be practiced. So it should be used as an evidence to prevent the...
Recording stopped.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته مرة أخرى. في الحقيقة ما ذكره الشيخ عثمان أن الفهم قاسم مشترك، لكن الفهم الصحيح مرجح على مطلق الفهم. نعلم أن صحة الدليل لا يعني صحة الاستدلال، وما يذكر بأن خفاض المرأة تشويه وتغيير في الحقيقة هذا خطأ. وإذا قلنا بأن الإسلام سان جسم الإنسان الصيانة موجودة بما لم يكن هناك أمر شرعي بإخراج ما أمر به. ويقول قال مكرمة فقط ليس له حكم شرعي، بل كلمة مكرمة حكم شرعي، لأن المكرمة أولا يستدل به على الجواز، والجواز حكم شرعي، هذا واحد. ثانيا إذا قلنا مكرمة فلا يكرم إنسان بما هو محرم. مسلم دخل في بيتي وأكرمته بكاس من الخمر، إهانة ولا إكرام؟ إهانة. فلا يكرم إنسان بما هو محرم. من ذلك لما جاء الشارع الحكيم بذكر ما هو محرم أتباه بلعن، فالنبي هنا قال لعن الله الواسمة أو واسلة والمستوسلة والواسمة والمستوسمة والمنمسة، هذا كله ذكر. ألم يكن ثمة خفات؟ ويامن فقل أشمي ولا تنهك وهو محرم ما أتباه بلعن، لا يجوز. ثم حينما نقول بأن إذا التقى الختانان هذا من باب التغليب، ثم يقول إذا ورد احتمال بطل الاستدلال، هذا ليس احتمال وجيه. إذا كان هناك عمر وأبو بكر في تغليبنا بقول عمران تغليب، ولكن إذا كان عمر وعمر تغليب، إذا وجد عمران كل واحد منهما عمر يكون تغليبا؟ لا تغليب في ذلك. ورد هناك نصوص تدل على أن الاحتمال ضعيف فلا يعتد. طالما كلمة الشمي موجودة فهي مرجحة بمعنى اتخاذ ختانين، وأنه هناك وجود ختان بذاته وليس هناك تغليب، ليس ثمة تغليب. إذن فكلمة التغليب تستخدم فيما يرد وهو واقع وله محل، أما إذا لم يكن ثمة محل فتغليبه خطأ في الاستدلال، خطأ في الاستدلال. على أي حال أضعف حكم في ذلك نقول جائز، أما هنا نقول محرم جناية على الشارع. أنا رأيت الذين يحملون هذه الأفكار يوم يأتوا لتحديد النسل كان يستدلون بحديث جابر كنا نعزل والقرآن ينزل، أولا يستخدم بقول كنا نخفض والقرآن ينزل. يا أخي في الله، في الحقيقة أزهر الشريف كان شريفا قديما، وأرجو أن يبقى شرفه حاليا بشرف من يحتل في مكان الأزهر. حاول أن تحمل الأزهر، لا تحاول أن يحملك أزهر. والسلام عليكم.
شكرا شيخ جيجو. ولكن أزهر كان شريفا وما زال شريفا، هذا رأي والرأي الآخر. الأزهر شريف وما زال شريفا، هذا رأيك وذاك رأيهم. إخواننا، هذا حلوة. مثل هذه اللقاءات لو كثرت في غامبيا لعولجت مشاكل كثيرة. نعم، كل واحد يأتي بما عنده بدليل وينتهي الأمر. شيخ جيجو اللي مدون واخ mooy ne lii nag mbiru xam-xam la, mbiri intellectuality la, mbiru fiq la. loolu mooy su nit waxee ne lii mooy suma evident, ndax yow nga ñëw yàq ko ne sa evident bi nekkut place bi nga ko war a dugal. te fiq soo ko xamee dëgg problème bi fa ne kenn xamul nu mu toll. maanaam lii su fekkoon ne tey dañoo amoon jot ay boromi xam-xam ci mbir mi ñu toog face à face, dana bëri lu soppeeku ci, dana bëri ku soppeeku ci ni nga doon gisee, moo xam ci wet gi la wala ci wet gi. su fekkee ne soluloo mbubbam daraja nii rek nga xam ne yow dëgg rek ngay wut. fiq du mbiram caaxaan. moo tax léegoo léeg ci ñun ngay gis kuy àgg foo xam ne waru fa woon a àgg koo xam ne waruta wax ba pare di wax loolu dafa bare ci ñun mbir mi dañ ko war a baxee boromi xam-xam yi piir ñoom ñu di ci wax li ñu lor nag ci lislaam te christians yi jiituñu ca ñoom dañoo am marja'iya dañoo am ñun amuñ marja'iya ku nekk rek da nga samp sa bopp rek wax lu la neex rek mu dem moo tax duñ mos a juboo duñ mos a ànd te dañoo war a am marja'iya jërëjëf Cheikh Jeeju am na ku docteur Sawane léegi nag kuy wax bu la neexee nga wax ko ci sa làkk ngir ne waa Azhar nekkatuñ fi ndax mbir mi gën a matale rawatina ñi fi nekk te dégguñ arab nañ ko wax ci suñ làkk yi
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نصلي ونسلم على نبي الكريم نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا وبعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته حضور الكريم مشايخ الدعاة الأئمة والخطباء فنشكر مجلس العالى بهذا الموقف الذي ممكن نقوله بأنه تاريخ من التواريخ التي طلعت عليه الشمس. غامبيا في الحقيقة سنتقدم بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى ما دام بالمحلي صح جميل على تنتلا با جايلا باكي نا الفال تنتلا جايلا مليالون كو يلا حاجول بلا كنا كاچا كولا kan hakkilo fayño kan mi yalon ko kacani abetara dending londo la bari londo fanan asitara ño hormo kan ani ño buña bari lonna la waliyo aman commencé bila yo mtasi damandong min fono balam ñinti ko momo ni la fahamolo hadisol ñinto anin qur'ano to momo ni la fahamolo bay la fahmo ñing ay ji toña kan ay ji sawabo kan wala kum mayata toña ni ya jibe ñim mimbe ke kan ning atara nganna korosiroke ngan hakkilo ñum fanundi ibaje ko mantoro wobi jile ka fa ko mantor baliya watiji hani katun ko iba murul la nyaade ka fa mantoro bi jile mur hadiso ñing kan hadiso ma atiya ashimmi wala tunhiki sa murun hadiso ñim fankan ibaje ko hadiso ni ya cross ibaje ko kila sallallahu alaihi wasallam ning atal ayen karanda la nyamin ninga ka o nyama mantoro tiji bari nimma ke o nyama mantoro bijel ntela kala mutoro nyinto ninne dindiya nte malon nun ko muso la nyin sammandiro ni e muso dol samba ike sukile mawolo bari na long amantambi kadidantan katon ko nte mo qadilati molle problème o soto mi yan koy futata yiya min be den futu banku wala ngi sambal lon na do la pour ya ko ngi ya kacha isabla miran kin amanna keno bari ko kuma kunta so wala ko kewñing ay muso tumi ko muso ñi mu fealalde bari muso e mi folom ñinti ko atammanina man kewlon katon ko keñing wala yato lon di kewla kabrin ata dindi ma ye samba nyakato ye sukile wanata na hakilo tinya ba ke natna ke badul nyininka e konyo ko to nyalon sukiro nyinka kele bari an ka ke nyin dalil la kamal woto nin atara ko sukiro nyinka kele man toro nyim bijele andum komen ko bengalon fil qawaid al fiqhiyya ad darar yuzal nim man toro be kering woto ko man toro nyin nyental nga solution o nyini ngala nga mbaji bi la man toro nyim bon la nyami menna kuma bu nasa wala nyinti ko nyin nyakato ta ngan simbal la kake woto asida la pour ngan tewol city mim yalon ko lonna kundala moyti anin mi yalon ko doctorol la moyti ye bulol kafu nyoma nga kuma fonyo mi yalon ko abe nafala abe na banko ni nafala sama sinin akana lo mo kilinda mala kunna nafa nyinka ani mo kilinda mala kunna miro nyinka wala nyindi ko dol bije wal yaajale ko madama kankar kunda kar nyolla ka nyili samba minka sambaroke ala nata ala ne ala yo niwota hanni bi o korda kilon ka yele ko dallaka mol samba hanni modje miya ko amano akajele ko sa dallaka mol samba mbe mol samba la ya karandi ma karandi akajele ko ata nyanta kelal so woto nyanta mol fahmun la bake miya ko ngansimba kunda moyti almamol ani moko tengol ini ngansimbal fana kacha bake kafo ko nyinde nakita akete wolam du kila yamarlo ke walla bar ninga ay bula yerading benna bunda sona wala min diko almamol ning du atol mfama nyol mil bijang nsa kata bake nimbe ko nyimbola ngaboni londola نستخرج هذا الفعل بالعلم ديبيتيل بفوت لا ديبيتيل غاي تاني كوم كو نينده كولم يالا كو سنو لون اندو السنه عند الفقهاء غالو نيامن يساب فاعلها ولا يعاقب تاركها بار لون دول فنان كوم كو ومو سنن النوافل لون بيان ميال كو ولا لون دو دينكران تلا فيكو لا كارا دكتور جawla bijang Cheikh Ibrahim Jeju bijang Cheikh Imam Fati bijang ani moko tan bari sakato ke baka niqasho ñu ay ka niqash ilmi ñinti nga ñola raayo fanam buña ñi dem tebul assalamu alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh
ñep duñ mëna am de ñaar rek ñoy am waxtu bi jotna oustaz Gueye ak Ba waaye lu ngeen bëgg xana ñu ne fi ba jant bi so oustaz Gueye bon ku nekk benn minute كله هذا يعترضني لا أوتيه كلمة هذاك أتا جاي أنا أستاذ دقيقتين مداخلة لأنه حان الوقت
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وأصلي وأسلم على من بعث رحمة للعالمين ومن اهتدى بهدي واستنى بسنته إلى يوم الدين mbokk yi gannaaw lëhja bi soppeeku na jëm ci lëhja maxalliya ñu wax rek ci kon wolof gannaaw bu ñu ñi fi teew yépp suñu papa yi suñu maam yi ak ñeneen ñi masala bi ñu doon wax ni masala la ci masailul fiqhiyya suñ ne masala la nag ci masailul fiqhiyya xel yépp fi ñu war a dem mooy baxsul madahibi ci masala mi suñ mawqif biñ fi indi ñun dëgg la jëlin biñ ko jëlee pour wax ci masala mi wér na lool parce que xiwaar lañu ko tuddee waaye ñëwin biñ ñëw ci kaw masala mi manquil na lu bari li tax mu manqué ci wet ak xam-xam la man maa ngi toog gis samay papa ak samay maam ñu tuddee ay dakatira ay ulama am na ci ñooñu ngi banque seen loxo bañ a wax dama yëg ne xëy na jura biñ gis ci mbokk yi ñu waxee ko ci masala mi moo dalut seen xel masala fiqhiya su yekkee ñun dañ ci dugg ñëw ci wet ak nusuus yiñ koy saxalee nas bu nekk ka cay wax na ca wax ci anam bi mu wéree pour ñu wax ci nas bi waaye du anam bi nga gisee ne moom nga war a waxee ci masala mi gannaaw minute yi bëriwut damay gàttal sama kàddu ñu ngi doon wax ci azwu yi départ ci hadis yi ahadis yi fi tudd dëgg la masala mi ñuy wax muy xitaan ñaari taraf yi ku ci dem loo sori sori doo mën a tajrid sa morom ci masala bi ba mu jeex takk parce que masala bi xilaafam nekkut xilaaf boo xam ne maxsuum la te ñëpp xam nañ ne alxilaaf yanqasim إلى محسوم وغير محسوم وقبل ذلك إلى سائغ وغير سائغ dafa am xilaaf bu dagan ak bu daganut ak xilaaf boo xam ne maxsuum la ak boo xam ne gayr maxsuum la xilaaf bii maxsuum mooy xilaaf ba nga xam ne boroom xam-xam yi dëppoo nañ ci ne benn taraf bi ëpp na doole beneen taraf bi mooy taqwitu shiqqayni huwa tarjihu wa gayruhu li gayrihi almar'iyu su fekkee loolu am na ci beneen taraf bi rek dañuy nangu ne xilaaf bi maxsuum la waaye nag gannaaw xilaaf bi nekkut maxsuum kenn bum ci wax nga jazmu ci li ngay wax ne loolu rek moo mën a nekk te am na wax yu bari yu jàll loolu moo ci feeñ su nekkee dindi nga dalilu sa morom na nga ko dindi bi adabin nga nangu ne dalilam ca lam ko saxaree ci ara am sax na parce que loolu qawaid la yoo xam ne mu ngi dellu ci xam-xam nahnu indana mi'yar yi nga xam ne la ñuy nattee nusuusul ahadis yi xadis biñ wax xadis ummu atiya bi dëgg la nekkut ne benn waju rek moo ci ñëw nekkut ne ñaar nekkut ne ñett ëpp na ko waaye dëgg-dëgg xadis bi dafa am problème te xadis su xasa am problème xadis su xasa am problème boroom xam-xam yëpp nangu nañ ne xadis bi nga xam ne dafa am dof gu ci nekk bu jógee ko ci benn góor ñu jam ko ci xadis bi am na problème lan moo tax sahil Bukhari ak sahil Muslim nangu yu ñoo laal xadis boo xam ne dafa am problème ci bàyyeekoo ci mudaaf jëm ci kaw parce que xadis bu ñu laalee benn góor am na problème xadis bi Muhammadul Hasan mu ngi ci riwaaya bi te Abu Daawuda mi ko solo dafa wax ne Muhammadul Hasan daif la te ku ne xam na ne xadisu daif du dañ koy mën a jàng su fekkee ne nekkut ne kazib wala chaz lañ ko tuumaal waaye suñ ko jàngee suñ ko tuumaalee borom ne dafa nekkut daabit xaafis la te nekkut daabit ku nekk naa xam na farqu seen diggante dañ koy mën a jàng waaye loolu duñ ko mën a jàng kon xadis bi am na problème kenn warantewut loolu man waxuma ci wet ak dagan na wala daganut xitaan nangu naa ne xadd ci sharia mooy dagan na jaiz la kenn warantewut ko dagan na dama wax ne sax ñetti wax moo ci am aqsa ma qaalu fihi wa abada ma qaalu fihi mooy alqitaan ci mazhabu shafii al saabitu fihi mooy wujub la ci mazhabul xanafiya ak malikiya al saabitu fihi donte toxal nañ ci riwaaya ci imam malik xawlu bil wujub waaye moom daf nit wax giñ toxal muy wujub ci mazhabu malik du waxam xawlul muqarraj la moom la ñu tuddi ashabul wujuh li nga xam ne ñoom ñi ko wax ay taalibeem lañ waaye xawlu biñ fa wax muy rajax ci imam malik eggut ci wujub haddu bi makruma haddu bi nga xam ne moom la risaala tudd léegi mbokk mi mu ngi koy wax suñu ma ay baay bi mu ngi wax ne dafay dugg ci li baax xam nga ñun dañ aqsaamu sharia yi dañ foog ne juróom la juróom benn la dafa am ñu tuddee xilaaful awla lu ci dugg xilaaful awla bi nga xam ne dafa bàyyi taraf ci hadd bu mujjee bi su fekkee dañ ci delloo hadis bi dañuy wax ne kon jaiz si lay commencé jëm ci nadb jëm ci wujub waaye du jógee ci loolu inxitaat jëm ci suuf ku ne xam ne listidlaal imaamu malik ci masalak jullik timis yonent bi alayhi salaatu salaam bi mu waxee hadis bi ba pare mu ne sallu qabla al maghribi rak'atayni gannaaw loolu mu ne liman shaa te ku ne xam na ne al ibadatu du nekk jaiz fokk mu nekk xaraam wala mu nekk karaha wala mu nekk wujub waaye du nekk mukk jaiz léegi nag hadd boobu su fekkee ci lañ jógee hadis bi ñun fa ñuy déparé ak moom di ñëw du mën a wér ci anam yi am na jam kenn werantewut ko liñ doon wax li mbokk bi doon wax tam ci taglib bi nangu nañ ko waaye nag nañ la xam ne lugatul arabiya mooy waxee noonu الاحمرار واجد فان يصنم الترغيب والبناء عدم ومن تخالف والاستغناء سلم ولم يكن مسنا او جمعا ودع على الذي لم يكن في الفرد سمع لي موي ضوابط ييغا خامني لا ني تنكي تسنيه ci لغه العربيه su génnee lii rek taglib la mustadil bi bu ko neexee mu istidlaaloo ci loolu mu ne hadis bi daf ci dégg taglib parce que lugatul arabia moo waxee noonu beneen bi may tëjee mooy ñun xam nañ ahadis yi aqsaam yi nga xam ne ci lañ koy xaaj nekkut li ñu wax ni dañ ko teg ci bànneexu bakkan alfiyatul iraqi ñun ñëpp jàng nañ ko bi muy ñëw ci aqsaamul xadis di leeral saxix ak luy saxix daf ne wa ahlu hada sha'ni qassamu sunan ila saxihin wa daifin wa xasan fa awalun muttasilu isnaadi bi naqli adlin dabitil fuaadi an bi naqli adlin dabitil fuaadi من أو علة قادة فتؤذي وبالصحيح والضعيف قصدوا في ظاهر لا القطع والمعتمد إمساكنا عن حكمنا على السند بأنه أصح مطلقا وقد قال في قوم فقيل مالك عن ناسك ما رواه ناسك مولاه واختر حيث عنه يسند الشافعي قلت عنه أحمد لمن مون موي وهو هذا الشيء قسموا سنة إلى سين وضعيف وحسن فأول متصل الإسناد بنقل عدد من الفوات عن مسلمين غير ما شذوذ أو علة قادة وتؤذي وبالصحيح والضعيف قصدوا في الظاهر لا القطع أي ظاهر الحديث موي نحن عندنا معيار سنة حديث معيار يجلكو dañuy am audace wax ne hadith bi man nañ ko askane yonent bi waaye lal jasmu fi sihhati al hadith parce que matnul hadith nekkul loolu moo koy wéral te problème yi am yépp nag mooy masala mi nañ ko bàyyi xel ne masala mi ku ci bëgg a wax tey na nga préparé ne yaa ngi ci buntu fatwa te fatwa benn wajhu rek ci lay yu nekkee waajib benn wajhu rek borom xam-xam yi wéy nañ ko su nekkee juróomi dajee nañ ci boobu rek lay nekkee waajib li ñu soxla ci fatwa nag wa ma bihi fatwa yajuzu muttafaq faraj alayhi faraj usuquhu nafaq ku nekk xam na loolu moo tax kon fi may tëjee mooy loolu ci benn wajhu la wa aarifun mukallafun qad arafa sa'ala mukallafan an allazi yajibu la sa'iluhu xaafa fawaata naafila hatmun alayhi ay yujiba sa'ila kon tatarruf daal jarut ko ci diggante bi li suñu papa ji waxoon ci loolu la ñuy tënkee wax mooy gannaaw daf ne mu'atiyata suñ déggee fahmu boobu yonent bi alayhi salaatu salaam wax ko ci hadis yi te riwaaya bi ñëw ci xitaanaani mu ngi ne 28 riwaaya 9 ñoo ci indi lafzu xitaanaani 9 riwaaya ñoo ko ci indi 28 yi yëpp lañ andi bokkut ak loolu waaye yëpp nafsul xitaan lañ tudd riwaaya bi kii tudd mu ñëw ci sahih Bukhari muttafaqun alayhi boobu mooy riwaaya Abu Hurayrata radiyallahu taala anhu mooy wax bi mu wax ne alfitru xamsatun la mooy xitaanu wal istihdaad ak wa qashu saaribi ak taqdimul asar ak wa natful abad boobu moo ñëw sahih Bukhari mooy muttafaqun alayhi amma bi ñëw ci sahih Muslim mooy riwaayat Aisha radiyallahu taala anhu bi mooy bi mu iza jalasa bayna su'abiha léegi asu yi ci hadis yi gannaaw leerut ci anam boobu problème bi day nekk si aslul masala ba léegi duñ xam fuñ jëm te ñu ñuy waxat suñ ñëw lañ ci xam-xam wasalaamaaleykum wa rahmatullah
waaw xam naa ne yëngal na leen waaye kenn du fi ñëw kenn laa dun may dara qaala ra'yahu wa qultum ra'yakum la ootekum dara kenn rek laay may mooy ci beneen nadwa bii ñëw léegi danaa fexe beneen nadwa boo xam ne ulama yi ñooy toog ñu njongante nag def lii ci teey ñu indi ay addil la ñu def ko ngir loolu dañ ko soxla ci Gambia waaye du every Tom Dick and Harry wax lu ko neex rek def lu la neex loolu daf fi war a jeex may la ba bële soo ko mayee yow doo ñëw de yow kenn la close dañuy close de ba diilan anka bon ñëwal man gisuma ko ba diilan anka gisuma lam araka naam kan waaye on condition dafa nekk benn minute kenn ku jël minute yu ëpp ma kile ñi ci des waa jaana ñi dañoo bëgg a dog suma nomboy tànk yi
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم yo ani falu anem mendu bebe bendi kontongo kola kobe mabere diam nyama be nyin kuwoto kobe mbe kambenta nyina kobe ala aimatul arba'a mu me be kambenta ala mashru'iyat khifad al mar'a sira bada bol be kambenta al sariya yala diamu taje ko tak ora sariyanta wonte ba o kambala khata ala dum amaliya da do ko ke nyaro ko ayida da man sariya abadan docteur olu misal fa wala mistake on ni o keta kenya nyi do buka ida da man sariya docteur lu ben fe jande ko operation ka mistake ko ka molo ka fa nya o luwolu o mbay tan de operation haram tan da bal docteur lo training dal trainee doctors da on fa ko operation ka mistake nya molo ka febul fo yaate ne ko ha trainees men bu docteur men mo trainee lete ko be kana operation abeten dendim o kambala mistake ko akewo do mai tan de kaba haram nda ane wokola wala na misran ko nyanta tar la jande ol mel ko hada bade mo baloni maasum ko ba tankali na banya na barabal lon nali yafo tuluso adata yelo bu kabo jeba wodo zina nganyara ko la wodo nganyara nun so lon nali yafo nen kata ko molla adom isi nu so nalla adanta hani baramo be je fo baramo taje baramo be je o mo zina sila ne kara ko khifadul mara mashru sila moda be fola ko takedo da anen fulan jago comme alal kila sallallahu alaihi wasallam fo khifadul mara keda la jamaado ko fa jabiro me da keda la jamaado ko alon ne bam alon a haram yandil ba hadith man da'if wala sahih ko a haram yandil dalilo idha iltaqa al khitanat wala nda ko min tahmida baga ko min jontar idha iltaqa al khitan ya to ko taghlibo mudam taghlibo التغليب لون دالك ولم ترجيح المعلومين على أحدهما يا فكي قولك الشمشان أو الأبوان ينام تغليب مرام تغليب ولا مكوفل المجمد يالكو بلوندب يدو سمبنتو يندي دوت نيكو الشمشان ولم تلوني كارو نيكو الأبوان ولم مبادن فا سيلا نيكو الختان ولا ختان فولا لبجي ختان كلي وكمبر مبالا فوفو يفعل كامو يلبا نعم ومعلومانو لمعلومات إذا التقى الختان سلب نيكو تغليب وفهم فلالب يغلب أحدهما على الآخر إذا في شيئات سلام كم سافر سلام نيكو تغليب وسلام أين الشيئات أين المعلومات إذا في ختانات نعم في ختانات نعم يبقى أبو سلام نوى نعم لو كان يدال نعم أنا نوكولا كيلندور إن شاء الله كم يدل فوجا دولا ديامور تعارضو بيجي muna mutaarudo la diamoto ni دكتور جمال سروري هو يرى حرمة الخفاض بكل أشكاله وأنواعه يكون دكتور دو بجي أكون نياجي على أي مدل أربعة ولا بكمل على بشري وكمي على الكلا جمالو كتراك كنيامه ولا نقول كاداتل سلا نيندو يا حرامين دا سيفا بي بني نيندو كلا كلا شرور سلما جمالو كتراك كنيامه woto tul fango dambate me nyante njo temo de dale kambe ku kilingam o kambala ta'arudu be tul fango dambala tem e nyante rakilele damate ba jandi mina ya fa wala nda ko me amanyi nya prute jan ne wode de dum ba fala rab ko do fango ya moy abere jen ka yente lonte ba assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah
ah lo munu kanakan docteur Camara kay dede yow ba duma la jox because dama la jox nga jox ko keneen yow duma la jox suma nijaay nga nak ba nga sant suma nijaay nga la anta khali la anta khali la utika
السلام عليكم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله ألا تنتقوا على كسل كلامة بجماعة بيكونتنا وقولا طيب من بيجي فلو كحرام يندي مومو ناترا يتسبيت اللندولا أدو يسلنت ألالا ككو حرام يندي كومن بكيرين كلا جماعة صلى الله عليه وسلم أما حرام يندي برسالة من كيليك ولمو كافيكو الغسلان ألالا ألكو ولا تقولوا لما تصف ألسنتكم الكذبة هذا حلال وهذا حرام لتفتروا على الله الكذب إن الذين يفترون على الله الكذب لا يفلحون كافوكو حرام تلي دوكار مسلمو دا كان فرنك ومكولتي ميالون كادين جرسبات فلان يوم كافوكو تورو بيجيله كمال ميالون كو غير محررة نبي كتاكونو كو جماع بالمو بيرين كتا تدولا فساين ميالون كو أمان تحرير أدونتي يجيكو كتا كتا ala in FGM lonna liyo fole bina nyin kato la nyin to mbela ban nawon to insha Allah abol kono kafo ko toro bejele kenya men toro beje ba fala wala ko toro beje bar kafo ko nyaka to toro bejele kuma man sahaya fele because kenya men kila sahabiya karandala sariyo e men dandi toro tawto to mo kana ne kafo ko toro beje toro teje wonte tonya thani shay nyinku me yalonko mbakono lonna kunda almame kunda bengo nyimme ka fo di national dialogue afanam ibaro le me alon ko aman tahrir parce que gambianolu ngaje le lokun dantan ko manto ka take ta jenne politicianolu damma bent bar woto e mam political science bondina Cambridge University wala dulado gambianolu al damma le sita al kachata al kambenta al mankele bawo al machota le political karol docteur kunda birim fudata jang e gambianole nate anata ayafo bawo al machota wa karolal bari lonna kunda gambianolu iko nkadiyamu nangol lede atolla lonnalu membe jang bawo lonnal le mu nyaati nindi bonata itolle ka lampo malanje bari nyin ko kono gambianolu ikalla lonnalu alla londo ali men kara man koyama wala yatinna ye bengoto la kudola anata ke kudoti bawo natara national dialogue lem jangalo no londo men ba kunna bira majlis kundalam madrasa kundala lonna abe mo kiline tan natara tol fatat den wolle e ba wolle kumandila yena sijang aldamali kacha ko politiko tal damma ka kacha nyame ko docteur kunda tal damma ka kacha nyame bari nyimmu menti wolemu e katol malon men yalo nata wolle nataliye pour ena ya fali ko almamilla walatinna almamulu nyimmal keloleti momo nyimmanke mo kilin tati de momo ni tate ni risale futele moluma yaje ko nyimmu mas'alatu imma an nakuna aw la nakun. Assalamu alaykum wa rahmatullah.
kii suma yëgoon duma ko jox dara déedéet doo fi waxati dama yow bu fi waxati yaa
ولم يعد بخاري مسلم بخاري كو اكو احفظ 100,000 حديث صحيح البخاري من بيجا ما ولتان وسي ولتان كونون تو
déedéet moom jeexal na di yéen itam nag
هاني من ناوت
يا دكتور يا
منترا صحيحين itol fa wali afale ko amanke ko haditho sahihata ya wala ta ya butinti ndi kitabo
ama علمك الرسول أن التعدي على حقوق الغير كذلك ممنوع.
بخاري ما فيندي مسلم ما فيندي أمان صحيح ومكبرت كلمة تخرج من أفواههم إن يقولون.
جرجف دكتور سامحوني حتى الآن لم أصل إلى حتى الآن بقي أمامنا شيء كثير في مثل هذه الأجواء. نحتاج إلى نقاش علمي هادئ لا نحتاج كثير من الأمور لا نحتاج أن نقوم به صراحة. يعني أنا أريدكم أن تتعلموا هذه ننكو تدي عادة ولا صفة كيف. نعم متنبي حينما امتدح سيف الدولة قال كلمة أريد أن أختم بها جلستنا هذه فقسى ليزدجروا ومن يك حازما فليقس أحيانا على من يرحمي. أرحمكم جميعا ولو كان الأمر بيدي لأفصحت المجال لكم جميعا أن تبدوا آراءكم ولكن تعذر الأمر. سامحونا إلى لقاء آخر وسأنادي من يقرأ علينا توصيات recommendations who responsible meaning he's not ready. لا أنتم إذا فتحت لكم المجال لا تلتزموا ما ينبغي كذا يا أخي. العالم يجب أن يتصرف كالعالم ما ممكن هكذا واحد يتصرف كما يشاء. لازم أن نحترم حقوق الآخرين. يعني إذا قام رئيس الجلسة وقام لك قف بس هذا هو الاحترام. أما وتستمر كما تشاء هذا ليس من دأب العلماء. لكن أنتم كمان لم تكملوا عملكم. باي خلاص ما دمتم لم تكملوا عملكم قل لي آتي بهذا.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Mi salmini on salminango Islam. Risala mom yiɗi yottinde on teddingol rewɓe ɓen ko Islam yamiri. Hadisaji selluɗi no ka sahihul Bukhari e ka sahih Muslim. Nelaɗo sallallahu alaihi wasallam ɓe wi awraji ɗiɗi teddinaɗi sunninaɗi siɗi rendi ndiyam yalti ndiyam yaltani longal janaba waɗɗike. ɓe ko fotuno docteur Ousmane ko wi kon ɓe arabuɓe ɓe duwano arde ɗo ɓe tawde e men wadden ha wula kay on faami koko laaɓi pos te kadi wiwgol hunde hino harmi a alana hen dalil ɗum ko bakkade mawɗo. Joni noon ɗo ko Supreme Islamic Council woni ɗo ko almamaɓe won ɗo ɗum ɗo en landitete ɗum yeeso Allahu tabaraka wa taala. Gambia hino woodi wonɓe wadde hino woodi leƴƴi maslan ɗi ala e wadde. Islam kadi wi'ani by force rewɓe ɓen ko ɓe waɗe hifad. Joni ɓe landike en after oɗo national dialogue ɓe yahay ka national assembly pour ɓe waɗa ɗum vote. Joni noon hunde nde nelaɗo sallallahu alaihi wasallam yamiri yo waɗe an sa waɗi ɗum ko hunde bonde goɗɗo sokama hen walla o ittinama an imam on a heɓa hen bakkat. Solution no woodi moƴƴinen yoɓe noddu yimɓe ɓen ɓe jannaɓe si ɓe janniɓe ɓe waɗira ɗum no duyira noon tawa lora hay goto lorraka. Gannaaw buñ sante yàlla julli senente bi sallallahu alayhi wasallam solution am na ci mbir mi wax bi dem na ñëw na yëpp sharia moo ko digle te tamit Gambia amuñu problème am na ñu koy def am na ñi nga xamante ne nekkuñu di ko def. Sharia tamit waxul ne xanaa mazhab shafiya te ñun nekkuñu si mazhab shafiya waxuñu ne by force jigéen bi mu def ko. Kon léegi man maa ngi koy def lu tax nga may forcé ne ok bu ma ko def loraange bu fa nekk nag FGM islam tamit nangu ko comme nuñ ko waxee te Yonent bi sallallahu alayhi wasallam su waxee ne sooy dog na nga emal lu ngay dog Minister of Health ñu ngi fi nañ oo jigéen ñi ñu oo leen ñu jàngal leen naka lañ koy defee ñu defee ko noonu waaye di wax ne lii moom mbir la bu nga xamante ne sharia indiwu ko ñun luñ bëggoon sax naar yu ngeen invite ñu ñëw Gambia fii ñu defante ak ñoom ba mu saf-saf because soo leen gisee seen wax bi yëpp ñu ngee laal fële laal fële laal fële ñoom ñoo ñu jàngal waaye diina bi moomuñu ko ñun ñoo si em képp ku nga xamante ne imaam nga jàng nga su ñooy wax gis nga dañooy laal fële laal fële laal fële point bu nga xamante ne foofu lañ war a jaar laaluñu ko. Kon ñun lu ñooy ñaan as a Supreme Islamic Council imam yi ñu ngee ñaan government bi ak Ministry of Health nañu wàcc ci fiil bi ñu jël jigéen ñi ñu jàngal leen naka lañ koy defee walla ñu bàyyi ñu koy def ñu def ko ñu jàngal leen nuñ koy defee ñi nga xamante ne defuñu ko kenn forcé wu leen waaye buñ ko def mbir bu nga xamante ne dañ ciy tëj nit walla lii te imam bu ko sign walla National Assembly bu ko sign di nga ci am bakkaar jërë ngeen jëf.
fatwa jola we wala fulaniya المهم هؤلاء حتى الآن ما هل انتهيتم؟ تعال دقيقة يوم سما لما يسوم فونا سبير بنا دنا داو هذا الرجل ndaxam ñi itam dañoo yéex naam
assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh ninga alaten to kasal cilama sallallahu alaihi wasallam aborin kolaje lafta damin ko ndila folon wolem nyinte ni ko hadiso daifta amanche ko hadiso hadisan daifta abe ka fayle hadisa daif al mutalada fulalet daif munjabir anin daif saqit الضعيف المنجبر ولا كسل أيك حسن أيك حسن لغيره إذن نين حديث ولا ترك دول ضعيف وما يتندكو حديث نين ضعيف تله فعل تشيتي تنانو لفتك جيل كويندي وكرر كردو وات دكتور الكافلوكو سوفو من ينا كنتلا فني لانجورو بابلا نكو ها niya tara ko sariya mai yamaro ce pour wo sufo e kuntu hannin lanjur tabala wodlato ceta ka kuntule musota ka kuntu mune ya tinna diamo manna munan na ceta ka kuntu andu lanjur tabala dimite je mu ya tinna ka kuntu woto fendole bakoto aliya jele fana nga UNICEF la buko mi yitandite niya kono jube itata bankuwo bankunto ye nyinya ka bo keje e kanin musol la futuwo jannabe sanje tannin seysila e kani wositindi nyobalal ku jamal le ba ko do mul yalan koy siyata wati teje pour ka wobe tu fo jang anim fanan amance ko nim musonin cebe futuwo la musoman sinan wobe sababo ka kenya ka to tabali alata bi min siyata je wala nyinte ko seketo be musol mum fembala ne be fudo le be kasino munati ne ma wala yitande woto dula min be je wala nyinte ko mol kad ya mu fem fulalen nyim fen na citi sariyanto wala sunnolem niyace abetiyat ni mace tanatela bar sani ni ko nyin na citi yo fen sariya yaron wala ni ka haramtale wo ma fansum fendolet minte yalon ko ni fengol belontu wokola e wofo akatin na le mare ka ke kafirote oto malla fi nga tambi cheikh wala
wa anta multazim yow suma yegon ma jox la bu yag anta multazim نعم والان ما دام الذين يعدون كيف نسميه recommendations لم يستكملوا انادي سماحه امام بشير درامي يتقدم إلينا ليقدم كلمة الختامية وبعد كلمته يكون هؤلاء الفريق قد انتهوا من كتابتهم ثم نقرأ recommendations. أستاذ بشير إمام بشير.
The Master of Ceremonies, Alhaji Usman Jah, the President of the Supreme Islamic Council, or his representative, Sheikh Ibrahim Jeju, the Director of National Population Secretariat, Aji Mariama Fane, the distinguished guests from the Research Center in the University of Azhar, the Honorable National Assembly members, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all other protocols duly observed. As we draw to a close of this pivotal national dialogue on FGM and FGC, I am deeply moved by the collective dedication and commitment shown by all participants. We have engaged each other in various aspects of this issue, in profound discussions, sharing perspectives from both religious and medical standpoints. Through our deliberations, we have sought not only to understand the various complexities surrounding FGM or FGC, but also to chart a path forward towards a day in which the Gambian girl and the Gambian woman will be able to decide whether she would want to perform this practice. Our collaborations with Azhar University has been instrumental in enriching our understanding of the religious dimensions of this problem. The various insights shared by the esteemed scholars have illuminated the true teachings of Islam, emphasizing compassion, dignity, and the sanctity of human life, of both males and females. It is clear that FGM or FGC is problematic, to say the least. The scholars, especially the medical personnel and the medical experts, have demonstrated that FGC and FGM does not have any health benefits whatsoever. But it is beyond doubt that it has many harmful effects. Furthermore, the contributions of medical practitioners here in this dialogue underscored the physical, psychological harm that is inflicted during this practice. The expertise shown here has shed light on the grave health risks associated with FGM and FGC, reaffirming the necessity of our collective action to do whatever we could to protect our daughters and our granddaughters and our sisters. Distinguished guests, the history of women in their struggle to be free from terror, discrimination, and physical violence has been a long one. When Islam came 1,500 years ago, the 7th century Arabian man did not believe that women were fully human beings. They did not also believe that men and women were the same kind of human being and that they were created from the same soul. Islam had to challenge these misconceptions. The Quran said, "Ya ayyuhan nasu, ittaqu rabbakum alladhi khalaqakum min nafsin wahida, wa khalaqa minha zawjaha, wa batha minhuma rijalan kathiran wa nisaa." O mankind, fear your Lord who created you from one soul and created from it its mate, and dispersed from both of them of many men and many women. Likewise, the 7th century Arabian man, when married, would pray to his God to give him at least 7 male children. And if the wife is unlucky enough to give him 3 female children in succession, that wife would be most likely sent back to her parents. Or worse, the 3 daughters would be buried alive somewhere in the desert. Islam was horrified with this type of behavior from the 7th century Arabian man. The Quran challenged that and said, وَإِذَا بُشِّرَ أَحَدُهُمْ بِالْأُنْثَى ظَلَّ وَجْهُهُ مُسْوَدًّا وَهُوَ كَظِيمٌ يَتَوَارَى مِنَ الْقَوْمِ مِنْ سُوءِ مَا بُشِّرَ بِهِ أَيُمْسِكُهُ عَلَى هُونٍ أَمْ يَدُسُّهُ فِي التُّرَابِ أَلَا سَاءَ مَا يَحْكُمُونَ. And when news is brought to one of them of the birth of a female child, his face darkens and he is filled with inward grief. With shame, should he hide himself from his people because of the bad news he has just received? Shall he retain her with contempt or bury her in the dust? What an evil choice they decide. That is what Allah said to them. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the number of harmful cultural practices in the 7th century Arabia were many and varied. And our holy prophet, Sayyidina Muhammad, salawatu rabbi wa salamuhu alayhi, had to pick and choose which ones to categorically prohibit here and now, and which ones he would just modify to reduce their harmfulness so that with time they would outlive their cultural usefulness. The killing of the female children is one example of the harmful cultural practices that the Prophet immediately stopped. Whereas slavery and FGM are 2 examples of the cultural practices that the Holy Prophet knew were harmful, but he decided to modify them in such a way that he was confident that with time his ummah would continue his example of positively modifying them until they disappear by themselves. So the Gambia's National Assembly members are at a crossroad here. Are they going to copy our Holy Prophet and protect their sisters and daughters from the brutality of the broken blades of the Ngansimbas? Or are they going to betray their oath that they signed with the Gambia's constitution? In conclusion, before leaving this stage, I would like to remind the Gambia National Assembly members that in our Quran, there are 6,238 verses. None of them said anything about FGM. Number 2, our Holy Prophet had 2 male grandchildren, Hassan and Hussein. He was adamant, and he made sure that both of them were circumcised during his lifetime, and that he clearly instructed us after that, we, the men of Islam, to circumcise ourselves and circumcise our male children. That was categorical. The Holy Prophet had 9 wives. He never instructed any of them to be circumcised. He had 4 daughters, and he never instructed any of them to be circumcised. Then, here, the National Assembly members, here is your evidence. Allah has told us in the Quran that injuring the human organ without justification is punishable by similar act to deter others from abusing the human body. وَكَتَبْنَا عَلَيْهِمْ فِيهَا أَنَّ النَّفْسَ بِالنَّفْسِ وَالْعَيْنَ بِالْعَيْنِ وَالْأَنْفَ بِالْأَنْفِ وَالْأُذْنَ بِالْأُذْنِ وَالسِّنَّ بِالسِّنِّ وَالْجُرُوحِ قِصَاص فَمَنْ تَصَدَّقَ بِهِ فَهُوَ كَفَّارَةٌ لَهُ وَمَنْ لَمْ يَحْكُمْ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فَأُولَئِكَ هُمُ الظَّالِمُونَ. And we ordain for them therein a life for a life, an eye for an eye, a nose for a nose, an ear for an ear, a tooth for a tooth, and for the injuries, there are legal retributions for each of them. Now, after having instructed us to protect and not violate the human body, how can Allah come around and turn around and said to us in Surah Al-Ma'idah above, after having instructed us, how can he come around and instructed us to cut the genitalia of our daughters and our sisters and throw it away? Allah will never ask us to do such a thing. It has been very exciting, this meeting. Thank you, and God bless you.
نشكر لسماحة الإمام بشير درامي على كلمته الختامية. والآن ندعو معدي التوصية من دي قوم ينلوي سين بروبلم. نعم. لا هذه كلمة ختامية. من الذي يقرأ recommendations؟ تعال اقرأ recommendations.
أن نعلق عليه هذا
يا دكتور يا دكتور باي اجلس اولا اجلس اولا يا دكتور يا دكتور يا دكتور لا داني اكلمك داني لا داني اكلمك
انا لا اشتمك
ما رايك
واحترمه واحترم رايه
ما رايك
انتظر بس انتظر هذه لا تكون كلمه ختاميه
أوكي.
مثل هذا ينبغي ان يعطى مكان وورقه ويلقي ونرد عليه
نعم
لان هذا الذي انت عرفت ان هذه الايات هذه مخالطات
والان ما هو مقترحك
مقترحي ان نترك المجال للرد عليه ثم ياتي بالبيان لان هذا كانه يتكلم باسمنا
نترك المجال للمداخله
It seems that the man is talking on our names
now ارجع الى
on
مكانك
our names
now
and that is very wrong. No doctor gave an evidence. This Egyptian, they didn't give any evidence of these detrimental issues of, they said it has a detrimental, but they didn't give any evidence.
Okay, shukran.
How can you convince the National Assembly to continue that will, these people, that will jail our mothers
Okay, shukran.
in the future?
يمكنك الآن ترجع.
How can you say you don't want to wait? The people who want to continue with this law, the people who want to continue with this law, that means they want to jail our mothers.
Okay, shukran.
They want to jail them. You
يمكنك
want to stabilize the country? Please repeal this law. This is our stand and stand of Supreme Islamic Council. Repeal the law and the stability will continue on the country.
وصل رسالتك يا دكتور. jërëjëf léegi toog leen waa léegi toog leen gannaaw toog leen gannaaw ay jàmm first of all man as a chairman I didn't know what his speech how to call it included, but he is given the duty of giving the final speech from the organizers. So now that you see, you understand that this speech maanaam kàddu gi lu ñu waroon a def mu nekk paper la ñu niqaas ko maanaam yéen da ngeen jàpp ne dafa wax loo xam ne d'accordu leen ci good waaye foog naa ne fi ne docteur mii nga xam ne docteur Silla